I will tell members of the public who were not able to fill out a slip for this meeting, we do have a meeting at 5:30, so you will be able to fill out a slip for that meeting. So you will still be able to fill out a speaker slip for the next meeting. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And for the record, about the water situation in Flint, I was very disturbed this morning when I was on my way to Mays Center, senior citizen, go there every day, and I saw this guy with a 6-blade lawnmower cutting the grass, and he got off the lawnmower to pull up a stump with his bare hands, and about 15 other co-workers walked. It was so hot, they sat down on the benches in the sun, there wasn't no shade. And I asked them, how much that guy get? I mean, how many acres is that? They said about 5. I said, how much you getting paid? They started grinning, they didn't want to tell me. But I said, you ought to pay that guy $10,000. Or yeah, and then the guy, I went in the movie room, and about 30 minutes later, the guy come in there and went in the restroom, stayed a long time. I'm hoping he's all right. But I'm saying this to say that then one of the young kids come in, asked for a glass of water, and they said they didn't have one. Everybody down there playing dominoes and shooting dices and stuff. And they said, that girl for real. She said, then the dude named Blue owned the place. He said, it'll cost you $1. And the girl said, y'all old folks in here got this, and this is May's place. And y'all selling water for $1, and he went and got one, and I thought he was playing, but the girl dropped $1, and she was thirsty. So Flint, you see what they're doing to May's project, and they just put the thing on the thing a few minutes ago. Nobody know about the water department. But I want you to Ms. Burns, make sure that guy that's cutting that grass get $10,000, because it remind me of that, the 3rd Ward, when they try to make a deal with, I think they're doing this guy like that. But I don't know. I want you to check it out, because they were so hot, the Blue Jays was hopping out of their nest before time, little baby birds up around it. And they act like they ain't never saw a bird. Anyway, now back to Flint, Michigan. Like, we the peoples demand respect with our stimulus money with the Mays project, although Too Tall Jones always acting like he's keeping the young kids from killing each other. He don't know how to put his periods at this. I hope y'all see this note right. He's trying to make me act like May said. You see this picture? I mean, anyway, America, stay tuned. They're trying to make a racket out of May's project in Flint, and people ain't doing nothing about it. Okay, this R.L. Mitchell, approve this message and stay tuned. New York, because the time running out. They got us on time limit in my shack.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Richard Jones.
How y'all doing today? I got a couple of things I want to say today. The first thing is, when we talking about that Buick City work site, is a $72 million tax abatement that was given. It was 3,000 jobs that was promised. If y'all recall, it was a council meeting when y'all were discussing the lawnmower, and Quincy's proudly said there was no way he was gonna miss the opportunity of bringing 3,000 jobs to our city. This data center, that ain't keeping their word. It ain't gonna bring no 3,000 jobs, and plus the other problems that the city has about it that will be coming up on the stadium to the podium later. So I just feel that it's time for y'all to stand with the people and put the right P in place, which is people, and get off of the personal. The people don't want the data center. The big people that's calling and pressing you, they may want it. The people that already got the ideal rope and formatted, just waiting for y'all to stamp it, of course they want it. But the resident of Flint, who's paying that $72 million, the resident of Flint, who's going to be victimized by the recontamination of that plant that we're now cleaning up, and it's also not going to bring those jobs to our city. That Buick City work site must put something on there that's going to give at least 2,000 Flint residents a job out of the 3,000. At least. You cannot put nothing up there that's just not going to help our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I see they loaded the agenda and put some argumentative stuff on here that's going to keep you in special affairs for a long time until the people leave council meeting, because y'all going to go back and forth and they're going to get tired, and y'all might not start city council until about 8, 9 o'clock, because it's a lot of stuff on here that's debatable. I don't know for certain, but I could have sworn that y'all had this senior millage funding on here and it was voted down, and it takes 30 days before you can put it back on the agenda unless something is changed, like $744 to $743, then you can put it back on there because something was changed. But I could have sworn it was voted down. I'm not against it, but I like to do things in order. I'm glad that Councilwoman Burns, you found out about that lawsuit with PFAS, because that is something that I have been screaming about for the longest, as far as people getting their tap tested at their homes, because it's a forever chemical, it's dangerous. And we had PFAS because I would fish over at Holloway Reservoir and Richfield Landfill at the dam. It will foam up, and that's what they're talking about, is that foam. We had more than just lead in our water, and we allowed them to put the narrative out there that it was just lead. A lot of people don't like the messenger, so they miss the message. And, you know, we scream to the top of our lungs with documentation trying to tell people how important certain things are. We are so reactive instead of being proactive. And until we learn how to be proactive, we're gonna keep on getting put in situations where we get the tail end of the stick, just like with this moratorium. And I plan on speaking on that at City Council. It shouldn't even been an argument or a debate, because what that moratorium was is what you were asking for. It was to research and find out and put ordinance in place. Remember when the weed law, marijuana law came in, could nobody open up anything into ordinances, and everything was put in place until then. This is the same thing, but it's worse. Reefer, it don't do you like what these data centers will. And it's a whole lot more to it than just being against it. It's all the things that it brings. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kirsten Cope. Cope.
Okay, thank you. I live here in the city. I just found out about this potential data center a few days ago, and the moratorium that I'm really, really hoping you pass. We already lived through the Flint water crisis. please, please don't do this to us again. This sounds so much like the same thing. I want this to be a city where families want to live. I used to work at Central. We're about to get a nice school. Please don't ruin the city. Give us a year to try to make informed decisions and give informed consent. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Darrell Brown.
Good evening, Darrell Brown, 7 Ward City Council candidate. Flat out, no data center. This shouldn't really be a conversation, except for the ones that's like misinformed. I always tell people you got to do research to find out what should or what should not be. And everything that I see about the data center is horrible. It's its own monster, right? So high water consumption. We already got rates going up. What more do they want from Flint? You know, they want to do everything that they can to Flint. And if we allow it, that's going to be on. And together, then we're good. We can stand against anything together. They want to increase demands for local electrical grids. What does that mean? Electricity goes up too, right? Consumers already going up as well. So now we got water, and then there's going to be electricity. Those two things right now are killing people's pockets. We're not even talking about the environment yet because it gets worse. So I didn't just look up the effects, but also had to hear testimonials. I went and I searched up what people were saying where it's already built in their environment. They're saying one of the things is the soil isn't good. Where it's built, soil is horrible. If you want to plant something there, nothing's going to grow. It's inhabitable. The land breaks down. The water also gets turned as well around it. So let's just say if there's a lake or anything like that, it gets painted. And then we're talking about greenhouse, the effects. It's just seems like this. If we don't take a stand right now, which is the pause, I believe you're all gonna do that. I'm just gonna say that. I believe, because we all believe that y'all all should keep that pause. I'll say this too. When elected, I guarantee you all this. Y'all never have to worry about me voting for something so evil. Y'all never have to worry about these things happening to us. They're not going to play with us anymore. These people on the outside that don't live here, that want to do these things to us, are going to learn, don't mess with Flint. Stop trying to buy politicians. You can't buy us. Nah, I'm going to say that for me. You can't buy me. And you'll never be able to buy me. And I hope that there is going to be people that's going to come and stand against things like the data center. Everything else we're going to work through for sure. But today, and I mean that today, unanimously, I want all of you to vote no. We're not going to have that ever come here. It ain't no pause. It's just flat out no forever and ever and ever. And anything they try to do to destroy us, we're going to come back and say, y'all not going to break us down forever. Because we're Flint strong. We'll rock together. You might try to pick off 1, 2, 3, but when you all come together, we're a fist and we make a mighty blow.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jean Marie Arbor.
Thank you, Council. First of all, I would like to thank Ms. Burns for bringing attention to the $14 billion class action lawsuit that Flint is qualified to participate in, as we were poisoned by, in addition to everything else, PFAS chemicals. I ask that this council do all things necessary to ensure that Flint applies and is included in that lawsuit prior to the July 1st deadline. Thank you. Next, I would also like to address the 200-acre data center proposal at Ashley Capital. Ms. Mashat, I can't thank you enough for bringing that forward, and especially in the strong manner in which you did. Your, as I said before, vociferous speaking on that matter, let everybody know just how important this issue is. And it is important. It's important to our safety and our stability in a number of different ways, which I will cover at this time as well as later. First, I want to say AI data centers are targeting rural and disadvantaged communities. Flint is clearly a disadvantaged community, making us both valuable to them, but also vulnerable to them. And to gain inroads in these desirable locations, these data center corporate advocates indicate that they'll bring good paying jobs and they'll provide much needed tax revenues to revitalize suppressed and depressed economies. Some even will pull at your heartstrings, as Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, did recently in Saline Township by saying, your AI data center may be the very one to find a cure for cancer. How low can you go? The question that I have about Ms. Mashat bringing this to the fore, and again, I'm glad you did, is why the mayor of the city of Flint did not. Why has this not been in the media so that the general population in Flint and Genesee County was aware of this? Now, in case you're not aware, there are legal and technological publications that have documented that government representatives have been required by these corporations to sign NDA, non-disclosure agreements, and to avoid holding meetings for residents to question what's going on so that they may be enabled to roll out these unprotested data centers across the country. Could that be the case here in Flint? Could that be the case? Now, we may not know a lot about these data centers, but guess what? They've been around for a long time, but not like this. The first one opened in 1945. That's over 80 years ago. That was the U.S. military, the Army, just for accounting for military.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is James Hollins. James Hollins.
Oh, I think he's coming.
Hello, City Council. Some of you may recognize me. I've been up before. Sister Wiggins is head of the Mays Senior Citizen, and she inquired and asked my wife and I to teach some classes at the council, at the senior center. We have taught 4 classes at Mays Senior Center. The very first class that we taught, we got paid for. But we have taught 3 more classes, and we have not received payment for those classes. And I don't understand why. I've sent invoices, I've sent follow-up, asked them if there was a problem, but I have not got a response. I taught a class from December of last year until January. I have not gotten paid for that. Taught a computer class from February to March. I have not gotten paid for that. My wife taught a class from February to March, and she has not gotten paid for that. Now, I want to give you a little, as I said, Ms. Wiggins asked us to teach those classes, and she knew that we were qualified. I want to give you a little of our background. Both me and my wife have master's degrees. She has an undergraduate degree from Stillman College, a master's from the University of Michigan. I have an undergraduate degree from Tuskegee University with a master in math, a minor in physics. I have a master's from the University from Phoenix in computer science. I have taught in education for 24 years. I taught for 11 years at University of Michigan Flint, 4 years at Central Michigan in computer science. And I'm currently a sub in the Flint system now. My wife and I are more than qualified for these classes. And we love teaching, but I just don't understand why we haven't been paid. I don't know why. I've sent the invoices, I've sent emails, and I haven't gotten a response back. And I want you to put yourself in my position. If you was on a job and hadn't gotten paid, how would you feel? So I'm coming back to you again. We have taught classes last year. The last class we taught was March of this year. I've had students to ask me when we were going back to teach classes, and in the computer classes are geared for seniors. I teach them how to surf the internet, how to watch out for scams, and how to be careful. The classes is geared for them, but we haven't been paid, and this just blows my mind. This just blows my mind. I don't know why.
All right, thank
we
you,
haven't
sir.
been paid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You said that was the last public speaker?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I do want to remind everybody once again, there is a meeting after this. The speaker box will be placed back in the back for you to fill out the slips to speak at the meeting after this. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
thank you. I'm going to come out and speak with you. We only have 2 minutes, Mr. Hollins, because you deserve an answer. So when I'm done with this, then I will come out. So I do want to speak to you. Thank you for the $14 billion. This council chamber should be filled. A letter, nope, I'm going to come to you short. Yeah, the $14 billion, we have a July 1st deadline to opt into a settlement to get whatever Flint's portion is. The letter came here May 15th. I shared the letter out. It was not sent to us. There's also a sample resolution. There will be a sample resolution on tonight's agenda to adopt this. We have a July 1st deadline. If we don't opt into it, then I'm referring to our city attorney so that we have I believe there's a special discussion. I want to discuss it. Also, the data center, which just really kind of hit our community. And there are a lot of questions, and rightfully so, because even in communities that have them, they are now pausing, stopping, or put a moratorium. And I don't know if it's a word game or whatever, they're stopping. And people have a right to know environmentally, how does this affect our community, our health, our environment? And here's the thing, we know that they are putting these centers in marginalized communities, and Flint is a marginalized community. We were not given any notice. Immediately once I saw when Councilwoman Mushat had added to our agenda, I put it up for public discussion. I didn't comment. It's over 200 something comments because people care. We need to be packing these chambers out. They still haven't fixed the service lines. We still don't drink the water from the tap. Now you want a data center that other communities are stopping and pausing to see what hazards they are. Are they a benefit to our community? We should be doing better than this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. Just wanted to speak out this evening such that there is not confusion as to, or speculation as to why I am not chairing the meeting tonight. I wanted to be heard of me and from me and known that I did tonight give the gavel to Councilwoman Machette as I am not feeling my best. So she is chairing tonight in my stead and at my request, and is nothing more to be read into that, nothing to be taken away. I just want to have it to be on the record and heard such that confusion is not brought forward as a result of me not chairing tonight. I thank you otherwise for the care and the concern that you would have, and I appreciate in advance and in hindsight the prayer and so forth that have gone forth on my behalf, as those that would have otherwise care for me have expressed care by way of prayer. So I thank you, and I now yield the time.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
thank you. So I just want to highlight a few things. The first thing is to Mr. Hollins. I'm in favor of supporting the May Center grant so you can get your money. I understand how it feels to not be paid. So if you worked, you need your money. So I'm really in support of that. And also to Ms. Arbor, thank you so much for providing the education that you were at the lectern. Unfortunately, your time ran out, but those are the kind of things that not only council needs to know, but the community needs to know. We need to know when we need hard facts, not emotional dealings. We need exclusive facts so we can make the best decision for our residents. So thank you, and that's the kind of information that we need. And also, I would like to highlight, we have a lot of great things going on in the community starting this week, because we know that we have the rodeo is amongst us this weekend. Is this weekend? Okay, yeah, thank you. Yep, this weekend. And so we have a couple of pre-rodeo activities. One of them is coming from the Flint Housing Commission. They're having a Midwest rodeo kickoff for the entire family, and that is June 11th from 11 to 4 p.m. They have a lot of family games, live DJ, food, beverages. So come out with your family to the Flint Housing Commission and participate. And also on the rodeo, I'm not sure the status of the ticket sales, but it is a great time for the entire family to come out and just take a look at live cowboys and cowgirls, get a chance to ride the bull, and a change of atmosphere. We hear a lot of people say there's nothing going on in the city of Flint, and I want to make sure that we highlight and accentuate the things that are positive that are going on in our city. So I encourage you to please grab your family, go on out. And if you don't have any children, pick up some nieces and nephews, some neighbors, show them something different, show them a good time, because that is how we have a safe and clean summer, by getting involved. We can't expect the youth to do better without mentorship and guidance. So please make sure that you bring young people to these activities, because they will be full of excitement and fun throughout the entire summer. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public response?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I want to thank everyone who came and expressed their concerns, and I heard you, and I understand your concerns. I also want to follow up with what Dr. Lewis said about the rodeo. I went last year, and it was a great time, and so I love that kind of stuff. I love animal sports, as I've competed with my dogs in different AKC events. And so much fun to watch these skilled horsemen and other parts that they have there do their job, especially the barrel racing. It's just amazing to me. So I encourage everybody to go out to the Genesee County Fairgrounds this weekend and participate, get there early so you can get parking and seating, because it did fill up quickly. And people came last year from all over. I sat next to people from Toledo who came to watch this rodeo. I also want to let people in the fourth ward know that I have been in discussions with Eagle and other entities regarding the odor that comes from the old Gage facility right by the railroad tracks on Robert T. It affects residents in my ward that up to a half mile away. So I am in discussions with Eagle. And the question is how is their license? What are they doing? And what processes are they using? Depends on whether Eagle can do something with it or if it has to go to the Cannabis Regulatory Agency. So I want everybody to know that I am working on that along with a councilman from Burton. So the two of us have been working together on it for about 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, we can now move on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Are there separations? Councilwoman Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to separate 260201 and let's see, there was one other. 260-205 and 260-122.
What was the last one?
260-122 ordinance.
All right, are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would like to separate 260192 as well as 260202.
All right, are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will consist of 260203, 260206, 260207, and our add-on resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And the vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda has been moved to council. Moving on to our first separated agenda item, which is 260192, which is the acceptance for the Genesee County Senior Millage Funding Eric May Senior and Community Service Center fiscal year 2026 budget amendment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the First Ward.
I'd like to move 260192 to council.
There's been a motion to move 260192 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the Fourth Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward, you have the floor.
I wanted to find out, did we get all of the information that we needed to support this resolution? I know we were looking for a budget, an in-depth budget. Who is back there that,
Mr. Moore, can you please join us at the lectern? Oh, I see Christian is coming. Works great.
No nonsense, this kind of guy. You know what to do with the money. Yeah, devil, act like you don't know what to do with the money. Listen to the show. Oh, yeah.
Hello.
hello, Christian. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you today?
I'm well. Christian, and I had, one of the questions that I had before was the fact that if this grant, however, is discontinued, or if you apply for it the next time and you don't receive the grant, you're not awarded the grant, how will that center be sustained?
Well, it's currently being operated out of the Parks Fund. So there's a millage that helps fund the Parks Fund. So it would be through that millage.
So how much of that millage do we have? What's the incoming
Oh, I don't know that.
funds of that millage?
That's where it would be budgeted to be paid from, out of the Parks Fund. I don't know how much revenue is generated. I just don't have that number.
So do we have that? Mr. Moore, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern?
And speak English, sir. Don't be speaking in Bible. Welcome to the United States.
See, I'm gonna just say this. My problem is this. The council we never voted to have this center to remain open. And-
That's what this millage is for, to help pay for it.
Yeah, but initially, initially, we didn't approve for that center to remain open. We had someone in that center, and it was a lot of controversy. They were put out, evicted. And they were handling the bills and everything for that building. So now it's on the city. And we never approved that. Mr. Moore, how much of the millage do we receive, the city?
Currently, we don't receive anything. With this, we'll receive approximately $54,000.
I'm talking about, what millage were you referring to, Christian? The senior citizens millage? Is that what you're referring to?
There are two different millages. There's
Okay.
one millage is that we all pay into to the county, and if we accept this resolution, the city will receive its share of those dollars. Otherwise, that will be dispersed amongst the rest of the county. The other millage we're talking about is we have a millage that helps support the parks and recreation in the city of Flint. And that's what we've been using to pay for it. We haven't been receiving the dollars from the county. And if we accept it, if we approve this resolution, those dollars will come to the city of Flint. If we don't, they go to the rest of the county.
The millage for the parks, have that been approved?
That was voted by the people.
It was? And so we don't even know. So how much, do you know how much the city gets from that millage?
I believe it's approximately $250,000 a year.
Huh?
I believe it's approximately $250,000 a year.
250,000? I don't remember seeing that.
It's in the budget stuff.
Oh,
The whole thing about the.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Alamine, you have the floor.
this resolution, which has undergone thorough scrutiny and has now been carefully revised to address all previous concerns. The needs of our seniors have been clearly defined and are pressing. By accepting these funds, we are directly responding to those needs. The Genesee County Senior Millage Funds have already been approved by the county, which means that they have read thoroughly through the application and feel confident that the funds will be utilized wise in accordance to what they have been approved for. With these funds, the center can expand its programs and services. As we clearly have someone here, one of our vendors here stating they haven't been paid because of this, the back and forth and playing around with this millage funds. I think it's time that we could put our seniors to rest on worrying about where these funds come and vendors getting paid and support the millage. All the questions have been answered. You guys have come, presented all the documents to my knowledge, and I think it's time to get past this, and I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth
That is
ward.
absolutely not what is, it's not true, and I'm not going to let lies stand here. I want to first be very clear that if we're paying $60,500 for a salary, that the $54,000 is not enough money. That's simple math. So if we know the director gets $60,000, well, I don't really know that because it said $85,000, then it was $70-something thousand, then it was $60,500. So if the millage is $54,000, simple deduction, all we got to do is take that away. It's not enough. So that's not true. And I'm sorry you're not being paid because they have at their fingertips to spend $25,000 any time they want to. And Christian stood at this. What's the ordinance number to you, Madam Chair, to Christian? What's the ordinance that we can spend $25,000 that we've been sending, you or Mr. Moore? What's the ordinance number?
I don't know the ordinance numbers. I don't know any ordinance numbers. I know
Okay.
they're there, but I don't.
Christian, I know you know it off the top of your head.
I had it memorized that time I said it, but I don't remember right this second.
Yeah, I know you had it memorized. And so with that, if it was important to be paying our vendors, which it is important, Mr. Hollins, to pay you, that they're not waiting on us because what they sent us was a budget of $280,000. This millage is only $54,000. Every single time we ask them questions, we don't get the answers. We don't. And that's not our fault. We don't have the authority to direct anybody to do anything. We don't. And as a matter of fact, Christian, if I called you on the phone, could you take my call?
And it would have to follow the ordinary process.
What's the ordinary process?
Per the charter, any communications between city staff and city council go to the
RL.
city administrator.
Okay, so you know what the chart, we can call you for any question. We can't instruct you to do anything. Literally, we have to say, press 1 if it's yes, press the button twice if it's no. We can ask you questions, because if I'm calling you about something that's pertaining to me, guess what? I'm a city resident. You need to be answering my question. It's not your fault. It's this administration's. And then we get people here who don't understand what's stopping it. You cannot say, I have a budget of 280,000, plug in 54,000. Well, where's the other 230,000? We had a facility that was there, and yes, Mayor Neely split our seniors. That's done. He did it, and it was vindictive. It's done. But how do we take care of both of them? How do we do it? They had $137,000 that they used Hasselbrink. Hasselbrink has moved on to another facility. They moved to another facility. We never paid for anything, $0 for the senior funds out of our budget since 2012. 2012, underneath the emergency management when they closed our senior centers. So we talk about how they stretched the 137,000, fundraised and did everything else. That's what they did. So don't make this our burden. It's unfair. It's unfair because we know that at your disposal with that ordinance, you can do 25,000. Who's over you? Is it Rod Slaughter? I don't know who's over you, Christian.
The city administrator.
Then Clyde Edwards could have the authority to do it. They're choosing not to. And then tomorrow the mayor will do a press conference and tell some more lies, because that's how it's been rolling out of here. It's time to stop splitting our community, bring our community together. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. They could pay you, Mr. Hans, out of the other $230,000 they got for their budget. They said that they have $250,000 for Parks and Rec. Why are they not paying you out of the $250,000 for Parks and Rec? It is not solely based on the merit of that $54,000 millage, because how are they keeping the lights on there now? How are they keeping the snow plowed? How are they making sure that they are doing programming? How are they purchasing food? They're doing the things that they want to do. They're just choosing not to pay you. That's the truth and the fact of it. Now, when we ask them the question, hey, give us the detailed budget, they get mad and yell and scream, and it's a back and forth. And it becomes very disrespectful. And it's not your fault. It's not. But the problem is, how much have we spent this year in that department? Do we know?
On the Mays Center, 164,000 is what I looked at last week.
Okay, that's what we spent. We spent 164,000 this year.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't get anything. Okay, because I would like to put it down on, let's put it so the people can see it. You're important. They don't think so. And it's not you, Christian. I know it's the administration. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
you know, this millage is actually going to help reduce the burden on the park millage.
That's correct.
And during the budget hearings, we discussed in depth the Mays Center budget, correct, Christian?
Absolutely.
When we had all of our questions asked.
Which most council members were not present for.
Point of order, let me tell you something. Point of order or a point of information. Thank you.
What's your
Yes, that's
point?
you.
What's your point?
Does the, no, I'm gonna do point of order. Because he needs a point of order.
What's
because
your point?
My
What
point
rule
is
has been breached?
43.21, that he cannot speak to what our motives are. And you need to watch that. You really do.
So actually, Councilwoman Burns, I'm gonna go ahead and correct that for you. That's our rule for us.
Well,
but if you wanted to
she's
do a
doing it
point of
too. She's
information, you
guiding
can,
him.
but that rule doesn't necessarily apply to
you
him.
need to get Judy.
Councilwoman Priestley.
Thank you. So we had full knowledge of how this budget were operated. And every dollar, and how does it look to the county if we apply for his county millage to help our seniors? We go, oh, F you know, and give them the finger and say, we don't want your money. And that's what they're saying. This helps reduce the burden on our parks and rec fund. It can increase services to the residents, or those monies can be diverted to actually do something in one of the parks. I find it amazing that these people are not willing to accept the tax millage to support the seniors in this town for the Mays Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the ninth ward.
Thank you.
Where that check at
Um,
for Ashley Capital?
Councilwoman Burns, I think your mic is.
What in fact I am having a hard time accepting is the fact that for years, to operate a senior center on the north side of Flint costs the city of Flint in hard dollars very little. In 2025, there was decision made with what I would have to say would be intention to change that to where not only was the operation that was functioning at a level that was costing us minimally, relationships severed, and now we as a city are obligating ourselves in hard dollars upwards of $150,000. I'm having a hard time with taking something that was functioning as an asset and turning it into a liability, and then being made to say or to imply that if you're not in favor of just saying, okay, we'll pay more money, then you're wrong. I am having a problem with decisions being made, and after the fact, I'm being turned to say, excuse me, and you pay for it, or you approve it. After the fact, and then positioning it publicly as if I am the problem. I'm sorry. I don't take responsibility as the problem. Now, I do understand as a leader, even when it's not your fault, it's your responsibility. And even though it's not my fault, I'll try to work, or let's talk about how we solve the problem versus continuing to have fingers point to say, and you are it. So I would have to say, Mr. Hollins, and absolutely to be transparent, I'm calling him Mr. Hollins here. Any other place, I would call him Brother Hollins, or maybe even, you know, in some context, close enough to be dad. I would have to agree with my colleague in the in the 6th ward that said, if you were a priority, you would have been paid, because $100,000 has been paid to others for other services. It's not this body's fault you have not been paid. Not these 9. Not these 9. And I'm not even going to apologize for providing cover to my colleagues who would otherwise say, approve this. It's not our fault. But we have and will work to try to find a way. In part, yep, part of the way may be approval of this resolution. I don't know if this resolution doesn't get passed tonight, I don't know if they still not gonna pay you tomorrow. If it gets passed tonight, I don't know if they're gonna pay you tomorrow. But I will say, I'm having, again, a problem with turning an asset otherwise into a liability and us creating a bill for ourselves. Now, yes, parks and recs, but what program did they take money from to put here? That's the question of the next round. So when we come around the next round, I would like to know what programs are getting cut short by $160,000 for 26, 27.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So through you to Mr. Hollins, how much are you owed? How much do they owe? You said less than 1,000? Okay. All right. Okay, and they owed you this money since when? Okay, so you haven't been paid from December to March? And it's less than $1,000? Okay, thank you so much. So through you, Madam Chair, to the city administrator, Mr. Edwards. Because I am fully in favor of accepting free money. Like the councilman in the fourth ward said, I'm not going to say no to a check which was allocated for these purposes. However, it's a problem when someone that's owed less than $1,000 clearly is teaching quality classes with the education that he has, and he can't even get his under $1,000. So through you, Mr. Administrator, because he said that you're his boss. So why haven't Mr. Hollins been paid his fee?
That's a matter that needs to be looked into. I don't have any idea right now what the reason is, because I was told just by Christians just a few minutes ago, there are classes over there that of a spiritual and biblical nature that, of course, we cannot pay for in that center.
You said they're experimental?
There are no spiritual, biblical kinds of religious classes cannot be paid for out of these dollars.
Out of the park?
Out of the parks and recreation.
Can you pause the time? RL, you got to stop yelling out.
Okay, thank you. So spiritual classes cannot be paid.
Religious, we'll just
The
say.
time, please.
All right, so religious classes can't be paid out of the Parks and Rec budget?
Out of public funds, that's correct.
Out of public funds, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Hollins, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Hollins, so the classes that you were teaching, they were spiritual based? So the classes that you were teaching, they were spiritual based? One of them was?
The other one was a class, computer class, and the class that my wife taught was crocheting for the seniors, how to crochet and everything. So one of the classes was called biblical.
Okay, thank you. So 2 of them were not, and 1 of them was. So 2 of the classes will qualify to come out of these dollars, right? All right, and so what I don't want to do, I don't want to act like we don't hear what we're hearing. So what I would like to do, I want to accept the funds, but I also need to make sure that today that we probably put a motion on for do all things necessary to pay Mr. Hollins the money for his 2 classes so we can make him whole. And then once we accept these funds, then we can pay him out of that. A lot of people he should be paid less than $1,000. It's been some things that, as my sitting from my seat, I pay for a lot of things in the community out of my paycheck. Don't even think twice about it. But to hear that someone is putting forth the service and they're not even getting paid, and we wrote checks for millions for people, but we can't cut him a check under $1,000. So I would like to ensure before I support this, I would like to make sure that we solidify the fact that we pay him for his 2 classes that he could be paid for, because he shouldn't have waited this long. So that's what I would like to do. So that's under those conditions, that's how I would like to move forward with supporting this resolution. Because again, you should be paid, and 2 classes can be covered out of the Parks and Rec budget. We have some funds in there, and it's under $1,000. So sorry about that, Mr. Hollins. Thank you so much, Mr. Edwards. And this would be at the pleasure of the body, how they want to proceed with that.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. So Christian, just so you're clear, we do not have to attend all the budget hearings. We don't. We don't. It's not required.
I understand. You just would have gotten some of the answers you were looking for, I think.
Yeah, but hold on. That's not for you though, respectfully. And so if you listen to Judy, I would think second about that.
Okay.
So,
I was
but I
simply
do,
agreeing with what she
I
was
do,
saying.
but I do watch.
Right.
When I'm not available, I do watch later. I just want that to be clear. When the paperwork was first submitted to the county, I was over there that night, and the community showed up at the county. Lynn, who does over, she said it was the worst paperwork she had ever seen in her entire life that she's been in that position, that the city submitted the worst paperwork, and they didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything about it because they had a problem. They didn't know how many seniors they didn't know how to do the paperwork. Then the other part is, if this is who's deciding and making the programming over at the Mays Center? Because I have a question. If you know we can't do religious classes, who made the decisions to allow him, Mr. Hollins, to teach religious classes? And now we're learning now he can't be paid. Who's doing the programming? Who's making that decision?
Well, I believe the director makes those decisions, but I do not 100% know myself. It's not me, I know that.
Okay, so when did you let Mr. Hollins know that he could not be paid for the religious courses or classes?
Well, I haven't personally told him that yet, but.
Oh, he's just learning this through Mr. Edwards, the city administrator right now.
Right. Well, I would just say that it's on my list of things to follow up on.
Okay, so he's now learning that, and government cannot. And so, Mr. Edwards, do you have the amount that you will be deducting from the religious courses or classes that he's been teaching?
That's a discussion with the director to make that determination. I would have to look at what was agreed upon, whether she knew as a part of that agreement that religious courses were going to be taught. So all of that I would have to sit down and discuss.
So what
with
courses,
the director.
which is why I have asked for the budget, I have asked what type of programming do we have? And here we have a budget that we're having people who are performing services that are not being paid. So before, when we asked for the budget, part of that was programming, and I have been asking, and this is why. We need to know what type of programming, because now we have a vendor that we can't pay and it can't be approved. This is on the administration. This is why we've been asking.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Moore. The $100,000+ that's going to come from Rex to cover the Mays Center. What other services are being impacted?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. When the budget was presented to the budget team, they presented a balanced budget that included the May Center, included the other programs, and they didn't list anything that was excluded from that.
So do you know, did they just increase their budget by the 160 some odd $1,000?
Part of it came out of fund balance.
Explain what that is for those of us that are listening. What is fund balance, please?
No, of the Park and Rec Fund,
I'm sorry?
the Park and Rec Fund, Fund 208.
Well, no, what does it mean when you say out of the fund
It's
balance?
Part
What
of
is-
the dollars that we have received over the years that have not been spent yet.
Okay.
All the dollars in that are designated to be spent for Parks and Recreation.
Okay. Okay. This is, okay, that's fine. I yield. I'm fine.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no
Ma-
one else in the second
Madam
round.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the
Thank
second
you.
ward.
So I would like to put a motion on the floor to do all things necessary to pay Mr. Hollins and his wife for their non-religious courses as soon as possible.
There's a motion on the floor to do all things possible to get the legal invoices paid as soon as possible. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the sixth ward. Can't think if I have to have discussion. I don't know. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Do I just roll call this or do I have to have discussion? Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett,
I'm gonna abstain in reference to the closeness with which I have with Mr. Hollins.
Mr. Alamin. Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. The motion to do all things necessary to pay the legal invoices to the gentleman who is owed has, that would go to council, correct? Been approved. That would go to council, Madam Clerk?
to have a resolution.
Hold on one second, I just gotta make sure.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Yep. So for official actions of the city council,
Yes.
it needs to be in writing.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, Madam Clerk, we will look to you for a resolution. We were in the middle of the second round of voting on the grant, the millage acceptance. Councilwoman Lewis, do you want your last minute?
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Do you want your last minute?
Please.
All right, that clock should be at 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So going forward, again, like I said, I want to make sure that I want to accept the free money, but Councilman Burns, she made some great points. We have to make sure that everyone is paid. We can't pick and choose. And so hopefully we can get those answers because again, I still have yet to receive the answers to my questions about ARPA dollars. So here we are, unanswered questions, but at the same time, business needs to go forth and people still need to get paid. So thank you so much, colleague, for supporting that. And thank you so much, Mr. Hollins. I know you're talking to Madam Clerk, but we want to make sure that you get your money. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for 260192, which is the acceptance of the Genesee County millage funding, Eric May Senior and Community Service Center fiscal year 2026 budget amendment. Roll call.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. This resolution moves to council. Moving on to Resolution 260201, which is the recognition of June 2026 Pride Month, Mayor and City Council. What is the pleasure of the body?
Pride Month.
Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion to send council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is
Madam
there
Chair.
discussion in the first round? Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
As I stated last year, I will no longer be voting for these type of recognitions for months. And so I stand on that, and I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Any,
Madam Chair.
okay, excuse me, 6 then 9.
I'll yield.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, that was interesting. I will be supporting this because we need to make sure we have an inclusive community of all people. So I will absolutely be supporting this. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. My concern with the resolution is not what the resolution contains. It's more so in, just as with seemingly many of our resolutions, the timing of it. We're already a week into the month. Why are we, mid-month approving a resolution to recognize that month? This should have been before us no later than mid-May, so that it could have been approved, and then whatever programming we're going to do around it, there would be time to advertise. So I'm not in, I'm going to vote yes, but I had to have it be heard that I still have concern with timing with regard to some of these things. I want to say we voted on similar last year. Why don't we have a calendar that says in June we want to have, Pride Month? So make sure in April, May, the resolution is on deck and put before the council. I just had to share that. I yield.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I agree a little bit with the sentiment of the councilman in the 9th Ward. I thought once we make it official, I thought that it's just recognized for the month. I didn't know that we had to keep revisiting this. I thought that because I remember back in 2022, we asked to have Black History Month recognized. And I thought that it was going to be recognized from here going forward, just like Women's History Month here going forward. But it looks like it comes up every year. So that is also one of my concerns too. If we could just lock it in and just roll forward. I don't understand why we have to keep redoing it. But what I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, through administration, who put this on. So are there any events that are going to take place around this resolution? Because a lot of times when we declare a month, we have an event to follow, like with the Black History Month. We have a Black History not scholarship, but essay and writing contest with the Poet Laureate for Women's History Month, built the Women's Empowerment Brunch, things of that nature around those resolutions. So again, through you, Madam Chair, to maybe whoever's qualified to answer this question back there, are there any events that the city has planned around this specific resolution?
If that's something that can be answered from your seat, yes or no? Okay, thank you.
All right, the answer is no, that is fine. I would like to take the time out just to encourage the LGBT members and supporters to please support the establishments such as Rob G Bar, which is a safe place in the community to go out, celebrate, and enjoy Pride Month. But first and foremost, I want to highlight the fact that we have a big population, and I think I heard that we are having Pride Month celebrated in July. Is that correct? All right, guess I'm the only person that know that. So when I get a little update, I'll make sure I update the body. Thank you.
Anybody else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I think that the fix is always very simple from the floor when the people in position to make the change can just make the change. The reason it keeps having to come back every year is because you put June 2021, June 2022, June 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. If you want to recognize henceforth, stop putting a year on it and just say moving forward, June is Pride Month in the city of Flint. That is the easiest fix for that. Just stop putting a year on it and just recognize the month moving forward. Is that something that this body wants to do?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I support that.
Okay. Madam Clerk. What is the correct way to go about changing this resolution so it doesn't just say 2026 anymore, that we just say June moving forward in the city?
Just 1 second. So.
So we just remove 2026, correct?
Yep, it looks like that's all you would need to do.
Perfect. I make a motion that we recognize the month of June as Pride Month in the city of Flint moving forward every year. We're taking off 2026. It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I do, before we do that, Councilwoman Priestley, I think that this does change now since it won't just be for a month. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Madam Clerk, if I'm correct with that, that becomes a .1, right? Since we changed it?
Yes.
So regarding Resolution 260-201.1, recognition of June as Pride Month in the city of Flint by the mayor and city council, what is the pleasure of the body? Oh,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th
I make a
ward.
motion that we send resolution to, what is the resolution number?
It's 260-201.1.
0191. No.
Nope, 260-201.
21.
Yep,
201. I didn't have my glasses on.
I understand. There's a motion on the floor to send 260-201.1 to council. Is there support? Moved by and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there discussion? Any discussion in the 2nd round? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 260-201.1 has been moved to council. Moving on to 260-202, approve youth job training, City of Flint, 3rd Clean and Safe Summer Program. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
motion to send to council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there discussion in the 1st round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th ward.
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Sparks
Ms. Sparks
Green.
Green, if you could please join us at the lectern.
So Ms. Sparks Green, I'm looking at the resolution, and I see that we will have 5 nonprofit organizations that will host 10 participants, 10 youth. I would like to know, because the organizations are not listed, do we have a list of those 5 organizations?
We're compiling them now as we speak, so.
Pardon me?
We're compiling the list now as we speak. We have some organizations call in that want to be a part of it because, it's been going on for 2 years now. And then we have some organizations that were already part of it, so we are getting that together now.
So, I mean, this is the same thing as last year. We didn't have a list of the organizations. So how are we supposed to vote on it?
I don't know, but I mean, this is what we've been doing this is the 3rd year and it's been a success, so, I mean.
Yeah, and this will probably be the 3rd year that I will not vote for this because I want to know the 5 organizations who will be participating, who will be hosting you. I didn't support it last year because I didn't get the information that I needed.
Okay.
And everybody, I want people to understand, I support the youth 100%. The majority of my career has been working with youth. But I need the information to make an informed decision. Yeah, I see that the money is gonna support youth jobs, but who will host the youth? I'm just not gonna put my name on any organization.
Well, one of the things that we have differently this year is we have Power Initiative, who's already been paid through recast dollars, who are going to be reviewing the summer youth programs in the first place. So they'll be the ones that'll be selecting the kids and through the natural process and the sites. So we're not doing it ourselves. So there is a process. So on June 15th, when the applications come up with the kids, we'll have some vendors there, host sites there that they will be able to select.
So
what we're trying to do is cover each ward. So we have 5, but some of the 5 will be fiduciaries for a few. So what we're trying to do is, and then we're going to do civic projects this year, which we're going to clean parks and things like that once a week. So we're trying to cover all of the council areas.
Did we get a list of those who, the organizations that participated last year?
I thought you guys had received that.
It's not in our packet this year.
Oh, okay.
That would have been good to have. And what was the outcome? Did you guys do a survey?
Yes, we do have all those information. We have a closeout document. So it was 90 participant last year, and we actually had 7 sites. So last year, we didn't add where they would do the community or civic project, where they would go clean the park once a week as a whole group. But this year we added that on so that the community can see what the kids are doing.
Okay. And this is where I stand. It's so very important to know the 5 organizations. And I can't vote for this without knowing. So, and you said you won't know that information until when?
Next week, June 15th, we'll have all that information together.
Yeah, it is. I
Yeah,
mean,
so for the public, June 15th, from 4 to 6, your kids can come and fill out the applications at the, I think it's the Mays Center. 4 to 6, June 15th.
and so the program is a 4-week program?
5.
5 weeks, okay. All right, I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
And I will have to, I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. It's not that we don't, because we know how it'll be spun by asking questions. Absolutely support the youth. especially since in 2024, we had 10 children shot in the city of Flint, 6 were fatal. But we also asked questions. We know some of these organizations were campaign managers prior, and that was a problem. And then another issue is last year we had students who were not Flint residents who were paid.
I don't recall that, but you know, I don't recall that none of Flint
Can you,
students.
can you please pause the time?
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm gonna have to ask you to have a seat and stop making noise because you're standing there. You are distracting the people that are trying to give us answers.
So from all the residents and all the students that we have, they had Flint addresses.
Okay,
So you only have one open school.
That did not happen. We went through that list last year. Mill Creek, I don't have the list.
I don't know
but
what Mill Creek, I don't know that.
Flint Township.
I don't know that.
We had also somewhere in Beecher, and we literally went through, and there were several of us, as a matter of fact, it's on tape. Even Councilwoman Priestley said, oh, no, I know this isn't in Flint. And so I want to make sure all of the dollars go to Flint students. That did not happen last year, and it's a fact.
Okay, well, I'm not privy to that fact that you just noticed,
You
so
were
I
up
will
here.
pay attention
You
to
were
that.
up here, Ms. Sparks Green. You were up here. We went through the list, and
I
Councilman
don't
Pfeiffer.
recall that.
Well, I'm telling you, it's
Okay.
on video. I'll get it to you.
Okay, no
And
problem.
so Councilman Pfeiffer started going, no, I'm not gonna get to it. Y'all should be able to find it yourself. It's on that list. And if you go down the addresses, because Councilman Pfeiffer, we were all going through them, and they weren't all Flint students. That's a fact.
Where did you get the addresses
We had
from?
the students' first names, last names, and their addresses. And it's a fact that all those students on that list were not Flint residents with the addresses. Now, we support it, but I will not allow anybody to be gaslit. So the process, how are we deciding which students? And it was at, I think, almost all the institutions that were chosen, the sites last year, that some of the students there were not Flint residents. So I don't know who goes through to choose the Flint, the students.
We go through the school system, and the school system provides us the addresses. So I don't know where your addresses came from, but our address, when we get them, all say Flint. So I'm not sure.
This was your document.
Now listen to me. Sometimes the documents, there are more than one program going on at more than one site sometimes.
Okay.
So
but
I'm not sure where your addresses came from, but my addresses all say Flint. So that's all I can testify.
Okay, and I'm guaranteed these were your addresses on your documents that
Okay.
you gave us that were not Flint residents. I don't have my laptop here, but I don't think you to the clerk.
I
Could
never
you get a copy of last year's? It should be in your files and send it to myself and Ms. Sparks Greens because she's not aware of it.
No.
Of the addresses of the students and their names, because it was with all the facilities, every student was not a Flint resident. And we literally, it's on video. And we went through this. And you even hear some of the people who were back there saying, oh yeah, I remember that.
Well, I don't recall that because
Yeah, and it was your document. It wasn't even ours.
Okay.
We don't create documents like that. It wasn't our program. We approve it. These were the documents that were brought to us when we asked, well, who was paid? And it was in the packet.
Well, I don't want to argue about it. I'll just take a look at it. How about that?
Yeah, I don't want to
Okay.
argue. I'm just asking,
Because from my recollection, all of them were Flint addresses. And like I said, some of the sites may host more than one program. So I'm not sure of what you're talking about, but I will go check on it.
So I want to say this because you keep reiterating this, and all the students were not. We had, I think it was a Knickerbocker Street. I mean, there were some that were Beecher.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
saying we had the list, and I don't have my laptop here with me today,
Okay.
but it did not. So I'm asking, do you? And it wasn't our list; it was your list. You gave this. The list came from the administration.
Okay, I
to
was gonna say,
us.
'cause I know I did.
want. Excuse me. I would like to know
Okay.
who's vetting them, so we make sure all Flint money goes to all Flint kids.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, our new power initiative will be vetting them this year.
And if we can get who's going to be running the programs, because if that was the problem last year, we need to know beforehand that whoever's running the programs, make sure that all Flint kids get Flint money. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
And I do remember going through the list and finding some, and it was a list provided by the administration. But what I want to reiterate, and something that I've said oftentimes when we've talked about food access and giving money to organizations, and how are we going to know that that food is going to Flint residents? And they say, oh, we use zip codes. You can't use zip codes. It doesn't count. There's Genesee Township has 48506, Burton has 48506, and so forth. But what I want to suggest is that for the children who are involved in this program, all you have to do is look up their address on the property portal. It's a stupid app on our phones. You can look it up, and if it comes up, it's the city of Flint. You can look at it on the in BSNA. Are they in the city of Flint? And so that I would suggest that that's what we do, and verify that they are Flint residents before they get hired for that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the ninth ward.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Sparks Green.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing fairly, I'm getting better, actually.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
feeling
I'm
better.
glad that you see you doing better.
Are we doing 50 or 70?
70.
So it is 70 students and
Yes.
not 50?
Yes.
Because there are two different numbers actually within the
Yes.
document, and I want to be clear. All right, and we're going to do 5 sites or 7 sites?
7, it'll be 5, but it'll be 2 of them will be a fiduciary for 2 other sites, like last year. So it'll be 7 altogether.
So a total of 7 sites?
Yes.
But 5 partners?
Yes.
Okay. It speaks in the paperwork here, and I'm trying to make sense of it. It says 26,800 sub-awards
Mm-hmm.
will be paid to partner organizations that
Mhm.
will carry out the program and will be monitored and administered by North Flint Neighborhood Action Council via a fiduciary fee of $12,400.
Yes.
So the 2 of those combined come to like $39,200.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming out of this $200,000?
Yes.
So we have almost 20% of the money going to organizations.
Well, they're going to host the kids and
No,
do
no,
all
no.
the paperwork. Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what the percentage, but if you say that,
No,
well,
no,
I'm just
yeah.
saying, yeah. So you still got 80% going to the youth.
80% going to the youth.
Yes.
Okay. And that's for 5 weeks, we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Are we partnering with any, I guess, what does this experience look like for the youth? I mean, yes, it's going to be good for them to get money in pocket,
Mm-hmm.
Time off the street.
Mm-hmm.
Long-term, looking at their development,
Mm-hmm.
are we doing anything with them around soft skill development
Yes.
that will even, be evident, hopefully, in the classroom when they go back in the fall?
Yes.
What does that look like?
So I believe, I might not have the right date, but June the 19th, after the kids are selected, they will go through resume writing. They will go through different things. So the Power Initiative will be providing orientation or oversight for teaching them the soft skills that you're talking about. So yeah, we do have an organization this year that will be doing that owns the Freedom School and have been doing that forever. So yes, they will learn soft skills this summer, especially.
Is that part of the 5 weeks, or is that?
Yes, that's part of the 5 weeks.
So that's part of the 5 weeks.
Yes.
And that's part of, is Power Initiative the 12,400?
No, that's net. Power Initiative is already paid by another grant and organization who is going to host a summer youth program for not just our project, but for other projects. in the
So
city.
Power Initiative is not part of any of this 39,000 that's listed
No.
here?
They're not paid through us.
Okay.
Yeah.
70 students, $160,000, 5 weeks.
Mhm.
And who is going to approve which students get,
Power Initiative. They're going to do the hosting of the orientation, which is on June 15th.
and they're doing all of the screening?
Yes, they're doing all of it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And the placement.
And placement.
Mhm.
And you say the awards to the
Students.
program partners
Mhm.
will be,
All that will take place this week, and then on the 13th, that's when they'll be, I mean, the 15th, I'm sorry, when the sign up is. That's when they'll be there. And you can come see them if you like.
how was there any kind of RFP or invitation to apply?
Well, they had to submit the 2-page documentation to talk about their organization, and we vetted them to make sure that they had proper insurance, that they were in good standing with the city, that they had their SAMS.gov information and their LARA. So
How was that promoted?
How
How
was
was it promoted?
Well, right now it's just word of mouth because everybody's heard about the program. So we have several organizations that are calling in. Some qualify, some don't.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's my time. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So Ms. Price Green, how much will they be paid?
Each
The-
organization,
The students,
the students are paid $12 an hour.
$12 an hour?
They'll
Okay.
work 29 hours, I think, a week or something like that. So their check will be around $350, $400 a week.
Okay. And so when will the job start? When are they?
The job's going to start June 22nd and will end July 24th.
So that'll be a week after the fair.
Yes.
And you said it'll end July 4th?
24th.
24th, okay. All right, and then, so what is the criteria for getting a job?
So you have to be 300%, the national HUD's regulations for impoverishment. So you have to be like 300% below the average income or something like that. And so we go by the guidelines of the HUD.
Okay, so you mean your mom or your parents have to be, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes by the family income. Yes.
Okay, so when they show up on June the 15th or 16th? All right, which one's the 15th, right?
15th, yeah.
From 5 to 7?
4 to 6. 4 to 6.
4 to 6?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So June the 16th, 4 to 6. So what should they bring with them to
Okay.
prove? Yeah.
So they had to have some kind of identification. But the good thing this year is that we'll have the state of Michigan there who can provide birth certificates, IDs, and right there on spot.
Okay, so they're going to give out IDs
Yes.
at the job fair?
Yes.
All right,
And so we had them come before, but the school system, the turnout was kind of low. So they asked, could they come to this orientation so that they can do it again for us? So yes, they'll be able to provide if the mothers or the family would like to get the birth certificates, they can provide that. And the cost is from the city. So the city is taking care of that cost.
Okay, and so, but I believe that the county said that they do provide, it all depends, but one free birth certificate per year?
Yes.
All right, and that's to everyone, not just for the youth?
Well, yes, whoever is there to sign up, but the program is for the youth,
Right.
but they're not going to deny the parents if they want to know anything. Okay.
Okay, so, all right, so when I come, so you said that we have to be 300% below the poverty threshold. So what do we have to bring to show that? Because we have our birth certificates, we have our IDs. So what do we bring to prove
Either the
that?
family would have to bring like an income statement or something like that.
So the family will have to bring an income paper?
Yes. Something
From-
with a statement saying what they get, their cost, how much they make a month or a year, whatever they have to bring. I'm not
So-
sure all that, but I would assume that that's what they would have to bring to show income.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is because I don't
Yes.
want people to come and
Right.
waste their time when they get there.
Right.
I know, and I saw a snippet of this on Facebook
Yes.
announcing this. So since they had and I didn't know that was a prerequisite last year. I thought that if you want a job, you come down here, you apply, and you got selected.
Yes.
That was it. So, but that wasn't. You have to meet an income
Well,
threshold.
I think like 90% of the people are impoverished and under the low income level to receive the jobs anyway. So yeah.
Okay, so but you should bring your state of Michigan papers Anything else that you can bring outside of that? So state of Michigan
If
papers?
you already have identity, like the kids already have a ID or something like that, yes. But we do have the service there to help provide this year.
Okay, so just want to make sure that they had the proper documentation.
Yes.
Because I don't want any kids turned away. Last time we
Yes.
had over, was it like 300 kids there?
Yeah, we had over 300 kids each year, but we only have funding for so many. So in order for us to fund 70 to 90 kids, 200,000 is what we had. And sometimes through our other programs like CBI and Recast, we just had some additional funding that we could reach out and call and say, well, we got additional funding. We call some of the kids that were not called and hire them.
Okay, but this 200,000 is going to cover 70
Yes.
children, and
Yes.
that's it.
Yes.
All right. So, is this going to expand beyond what is July the 24th? So, like, are they going to expand it for summer too, or go into the fall?
Not that we know of right now because we only have this much funding. So yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what is my last question? And so my last question is, are organizations or companies that have their own funding, are they welcome to attend the fair so they can hire for their own funding?
Yes, always. And so one of the partnerships that we're looking into for next year would be like the Teen Quest. So a lot of the youth are already in schools that offer Teen Quest. So if the parents are not familiar with Teen Quest, that's a program they can sign up and then they
Thank
can get
you.
summer jobs too.
Is there anyone else in the first round of
Madam
discussion?
Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
through you to Ms. Sparks. Ms. Sparks, are we looking to leverage this funding with additional dollars to make it potentially not be just a summer program, but maybe a year-round program where we can have students can gain, that year-round employment?
So not that I know of right now, but I will look for some grants and stuff like that to help fund that. But right now we do through CBI, we have peer mediation that the kids go through and they get stipends, and that's at the high school. Then we have the Recast program where the kids, they go to different programs in the summer and we pay them through that. But for right now, we don't have anything to extend beyond the summer.
And the reason I asked, because we had success the last couple of years. I
Yes.
think we're in a great position
Yeah.
with the numbers and things. We could take 200,000 and leverage that with one of the foundations and maybe get 1 million.
Yeah.
And really expand it. And we getting like 300 students. So that'll really help a lot of our kids. And
Yeah.
we know how important that is throughout the summer to have them engaged.
Yeah.
And then my other question is, what metrics will we be using to measure success?
Okay, so we do surveys before and after, like what did the kids know about resumes and things like that before and after. So we do have a program, and then we vet all of the sites. And so they also have paperwork that they have to fill out in the end. So that's just, and then how many kids is off the street for the summer? I mean, I'm sure every parent that kid was in this program was kind of relieved because they at least know where they are, certain days and certain hours. So I wish that I could fund all of the kids in the city of Flint to get them all off the street, but we just don't have the money. So I am going to look up the Department of Justice. They're doing a whole bunch of changing right now. They cut out a lot of DIY, or however you say it, jobs in the world. So I'm just trying to wait till they settle down and then try to find some funding for after school programs so that we can continue the process.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how Councilwoman
Thank you.
Burns.
Ms. Sparks Green, we had how many students last year?
90.
How many applied?
Probably about 300. Mostly every year we have about 300 and something kids.
So we had about 300 and something kids that applied, and 90 were in the program?
Yes.
Okay.
And we had a little additional funding last year, which allowed us to have 90 because the CBI program sponsored some, and so did the Recast.
And I just think, and thank you for sharing that. The clerk is going to get a copy of the, because it does have their addresses. I just want us to do a better job vetting to make sure.
No problem. We have
the
somebody that's
kids
doing that
we-
this year.
If we turn in, I don't want to turn away Flint kids to give Flint Township or Mount Morris Township kids a job or funds when we clearly did that last year.
Okay.
So that part is a fact. And I would also like to know the host organizations, because this seems premature. So not having some of the questions And last year, we went through this for quite a while. And only in Flint will we have something that we are going to spend money on and don't have the names. You don't see this in other municipalities, but you said you'll have it next week?
Yes.
Or by the end of this week?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it's important that residents know, one, we're not turning away Flint students again. Two, the names of the organization. And I support students, but of course, getting them off the street.
Yes.
But unfortunately, some of these kids, the money at these jobs, what they making, it's they make a lot more money doing other nefarious activities, unfortunately.
This is honest work.
It is. I've seen them painting the fire hydrants. And so I've seen them around doing some of the work, and I've seen them cleaning up some of the areas too last year. But I do want to make sure before I will vote on this, that we need to know the name of the organizations. And that to me, this just seems a bit premature. I would like to have seen this. That should be in the resolution before we all vote on that. With those things, if you can get those things, then I will, and you said you'll have them in the week, then I will be supporting it. I know that my colleagues, is there a reason why this didn't go through committee?
Well, because I didn't have everything ready. I had done all the staff review and everything like that, but then there were some changes that we had to make. So we didn't have it ready, and it couldn't walk on. I had it ready for walk on, but they weren't taking walk-ons last week.
Okay. So I mean, and I always ask why it didn't go through committee, and there's no hard deadline on this. I will support it once we get that information. And I would like to put a motion on the floor to send this back to committee.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to send this back to committee. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
I'll support that.
Been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the Fifth Ward. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
No.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
No.
Ms. Johnson,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. The motion to send to committee has failed. What is the pleasure, going back to the main motion, is there anybody in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Second Ward.
Thank you. And so this is through you to Ms. Shelley Sparks Green. She doesn't have to walk back up here. Just wanted to put it in the record. I think it'll be a great use of resources since we are gathering the youth in one place, and we are going to have them, going to have their proper documents. It'll only make sense for us to do a few things. The first thing is to partner with other organizations that have the funding, that would like to set up a table and hire, because if they're not selecting your 70, they shouldn't miss out. And so if we know that we have a fresh pool of young people and they're going to gather with that June 16th from 4 to 6, then we need to have the organizations there that would like to be there that can hire them. In addition to, I know that we have lead abatement opportunities, and I believe you have to be like 18. And so we're going up to 19 with these opportunities. This could also be a career, because I know that we are actively in the state of Michigan looking for people to do lead abatement. We're giving them free education, and then they are also being hired as contractors to work throughout the state. So this would be a great opportunity for 18 and 19-year-olds. So we need to have that city program there, set up a table so people can apply on the spot. And so it'll be good to work with our community partners. So I would like to encourage and suggest and push that we do that, because people been reaching out to me, seeing how they can participate. We want to make sure that everyone that want to be at the table and they have something to offer that's positive at the table, that they have a seat at the table. And so, and that'll be two things. For one, have other organizations that do not want any of our funds, that have their own funding. If they want to come and hire youth, let them. And the second, with the lead abatement, someone could discover a brand new trade for 18 and 19-year-olds, and that's in-house. And I believe that the training is starting up very soon this month. So we don't want people to miss out on good opportunities. So while we got them, get them. All right, so thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I actually am in agreement with the fact that we may not have enough funding for all of the applicants, and we should give them an opportunity to work with other organizations who may be hiring. So I do agree that we should also bring in other trusted vendors for the youth to have an opportunity who may not be hired through this program. I'm also in complete agreement with my colleagues who stated that we need that list. Thank you. This is the roll call vote for 260202, approve youth job training, City of Flint, third clean and safe summer program. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Resolution 260202, approve youth job training, City of Flint, third clean and safe summer program has been moved to council. Moving on to our final resolution for this meeting, 260205, settlement Weary versus City of Flint et al. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
motion to send to council.
Motion to send to council, is there support? Moved and probably supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I'm going to take our option 2 and not approve this settlement as discussed in our executive session.
Okay, is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
For you to the city attorney, Attorney Gurley, can you remind us, because we've had a few that we've discussed, can you remind us of what this is?
Through the chair, the Weary case involves a prisoner who is claiming excessive force against our police department.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote to send 260205, settlement Weary versus City of Flint et al. to council.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That item has been, resolution 260205 has been sent to council. Moving on to the only ordinance on this resolution, 260122, Code Amendment Ordinance Chapter 18, Taxation Funds, Purchasing, Article for Purchasing. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
send to council for discussion.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the sixth ward. Anybody in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I'm not going to support this. I think that the the amount in this ordinance is way too low. So I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody in the second round? Anybody else in the first round? Pardon me.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
I will support this. We just saw another example today that the money is being spent in the amount that they want to, and it doesn't come before council. We didn't approve the $164,000 for the Mays Center. They continuously spend. We know that they can spend $25,000 when they want to, up to $74,999. They approved the contract for the golf courses at $72,000. The golf courses is the only bar and banquet center that is still in business that makes no money. We didn't approve the contract. We didn't approve the bar. We didn't approve any of that. It's two of those. They keep approving this contract. This is the third year. And so what this does is just holds the administration accountable. And when she states it's too low, it used to be $3,000 before emergency management. So lowering it we can't say it's a problem. And we had a bigger population. So to state that, which one of the arguments was, well, it would just take up too much time. It was done for decades like this. And it was to create a check and a balance. But we know that there is no check and no balance with this city council most of the time. And that's why we need to make sure that we rein this in. And I don't see a problem if it's something that's legitimate, bring it to council. That's what we're supposed to do. This is repealing emergency management, basically, and making sure we know what funds are going out, who's getting paid, because right now we don't know. We don't know. Just like we're stuck with the Mays Center. Not that we didn't split the seniors. The mayor split the seniors. We didn't. But the fact that we still don't even know how much the director is being paid. We didn't approve a salary or those personal service contracts. We don't even know who all works at the city of Flint. We don't know. The personal service contracts come and they go. We don't see them. And this is why it's important to rein it in. I don't understand if the council is supposed to be the purse strings, why would you want to vote no on doing what we're supposed to be doing? I don't understand that. We know that if it's a pet project, it can be paid. We have Mr. Hollins here who wants to be paid, and he hasn't been paid since December. That's 6 months ago. I know that golf course is being paid, Mr. Hollins, and we actually pay them $72,000 to actually maintain, and then they're supposed to split 50% of the profits. Still haven't seen that. And when it comes to accountability, this council has proven over the years that we don't want to hold people accountable. That money is just spent frivolously, and there is no accountability. And that is the purpose, to make sure we know what's being spent. We didn't know about you, Mr. Hollins. I don't know who made the programming. And if they knew, they shouldn't have never had you teaching religious courses at the Mays Center, because they should have known you would not be paid for it. And that shouldn't have happened. And when we ask these questions for over a year, they don't answer. And what it'll do is a roll call vote, and it'll get the votes to pass, and things just slip through the cracks. Also with the center on Clio Road, we voted that down. They decided to enter a contract at $55,000. It's $110,000. They split payments of $55,000. And they're paying that. And so when we talk about how money is just continuously spent, them $25,000 checks, they didn't come through city council. Those big checks, a lot of them, they did not. And so when we talk about accountability and who gets taken care of, we know that city council or the residents don't. Also with it, we thought paying for putting the $40 million or $39 million into the general fund, that it said, be it as it resolved that no ARPA funds should be spent without city council approval. Guess what? It's being spent without city council approval. ARPA funds have been spent, and it continues to do this because they don't want to put in place the thresholds that we need. And that is a problem. And it's happened year after year after year. Only people who the money never reaches is all of you. It does not reach the residents. And that's wrong. ARPA was for the residents to help our community, and it didn't. Some will say it's not your money. And guess what? We know with that resolution, and we know with them not voting to put the threshold, that the money is not for the residents.
It's just not. Who's looking out for the residents on this city council board?
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
Madam Chair, I want to say I agree with Councilwoman Burns. I agree. First, this administration, this mayor has continued to abuse that $75,000 threshold. I mean, for example, I know you listed a lot of things, but you know what? What's burning me up? We got the rodeo coming this weekend, okay? Where do you guys think that money is coming from? Some of that money. That didn't come to council. We didn't approve money being spent out to the rodeo. This continues to happen. Again, that Clio Road payment center. So you know, I'm 100% in agreement with this ordinance, because what it's going to do, it's going to increase transparency and accountability, and it's going to strengthen the check and balances that we as a council should be, monitoring. We should be monitoring that. We still haven't received the check registry. I never have heard of such. Right, because there's some things on that check registry that they don't want us to see. So, yeah, I'll support this 100%. And I hope my colleagues will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anybody in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. To you too, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, as you're heading down, our last meeting, Councilman Pfeiffer had a request with the referral to send the check registry and to have it to everyone. Do you have the check registry?
No, I take the city council speaks as a body, not as an individual, and the city council didn't take action.
I didn't understand any of that. Do you have the check registry?
I said, no, the city council speaks as a body, not as an individual.
Okay, so you do not have the check registry.
Correct.
For us.
Correct.
So you do not have it.
Correct.
Now Councilman Pfeiffer did send to you, and this will also needs to go to the Ethics and Accountability Board. So he actually sent why it is required, why we should have it, which is the MCL section 141.434, Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, that when we ask you, you are the CFO, that it is your responsibility to get it to us. So you are in violation of state law, you're just not willing to give it to us?
No, I follow the procedures of the city of Flint, which means that.
Okay, through you to Attorney Gurley. Attorney Gurley, I've asked you numerous times, and I don't care about having another lawsuit, because I'm gonna run this up and down every person in the city of Flint, because I'm tired of this. When we ask y'all for the check registry, because we know people getting paid, why can't we get the check registry?
The provision that you just read out of the state law, that states that it is in reference to the adoption of the budget. So the budget's been adopted.
We asked you
Let me
before the
just
budget.
finish.
We
Let-
asked you before the budget. So
Well,
can we
I'm-
get the
I'm
check
ask-
registry, Attorney Gurley?
You need to make a referral.
I have probably 10 times. Check your email. I've made it to you, to the city clerk, and I'm gonna make it again right now to the city clerk again for the 20th time, could I please get a copy of the check registry? And I'm not coming down to the finance office to look at it. That's ludicrous and ridiculous. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. So I would like to have, again, y'all can check your emails. I've asked the city attorney, the city administrator, I've asked the city clerk, I've asked, I want the check registry.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
And I would like to make a referral to have the check registry as well. Attorney Gurley, Clerk Davina, I would like to make that referral to get a check registry, to have that in my email. I don't have to go to the mayor's office to look at the check registry, nor the finance office. That check registry was on the city website, and it still should be on that website. So I would like to, we talk about transparency and accountability. It's none at all. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for ordinance 260122. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is, should I call his name? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That fails to move to council. Moving on to our discussion item. Councilwoman Burns, I know that this was working in tandem with something that has already passed to council.
Yeah.
So,
We can go ahead and just have discussion there.
okay, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the Fourth Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 6:41 p.m. I hereby adjourn this Special Affairs Committee meeting. I want to remind residents, if you have not had a chance to fill out speaker slips in the back to speak at the council meeting that will be starting soon, that there are speaker slips in the back for you to fill out to speak at the council meeting. In order to speak at the council meeting to any item, you need to fill out a speaker slip. So if you have not had a chance to fill out a speaker slip and you desire to speak during the council meeting, you must fill out a speaker slip. All right, once again, if you desire to speak at this next council meeting, in order for you to speak to any item on the agenda, you have to fill out a speaker slip. And the speaker slips are in the back.
Y'all really thought they was gonna start some. Liddell still trying to get her paper. Liddell ain't caring about the president. Liddell like, I'm gonna get my bag. She not playing with y'all, but Lord have mercy. Y'all let Judy get away with calling these people. Like, wow. This is terrible what we going through right now. I'm just sitting up here like, I can't believe what I'm watching tonight. Deborah, I told y'all, I'm really like, let me see if I got some emails on my phone. I told you this right here, this is crazy. And I'm going back, has anybody filed anything? And y'all see how the city attorney, like, I might be wrong on some stuff. I'm not saying I write on every damn thing. But I'm telling y'all, we've been getting take for a joke. When you got Mr. Morris telling them, and ain't none of them want to even, like I tell y'all better, I don't know how Leon gonna make it to be getting voted, and LaShawn, I don't know how she gonna get voted in again. If y'all vote for LaShawn or Liddell for anything, Flint deserves to get what it's gonna get. I understand what you're saying, Denise Kelly. No matter who I like, I believe every council person is ineffective. Some of this stuff is, but I get it. They know these people don't want to spend their own money. And ain't no way I will pay. Like, I'm not mad about, I wouldn't have paid that man because if they, like Tanya, Councilwoman Tanya Burns, this burning me up to say it. They can pay everybody else. If he wanted to pay you, he could have paid you. He got control. They just showed him where, and then I'm like, come on. No, they passing niggas, they been playing the whole goddamn thing of election, been playing in people's faces all the way up to the president, down the dog catcher. Yeah, JD, they deserve to get everything they get. I'm sitting out here, I'm telling you, I watch how unprofessional Liddell is, and Liddell don't do number one with her money. I'm not mad at her. She like, I'm getting my money. But if these people sit up here and think Liddell like, that's why I say I get too real, I get too personal with it. Because I don't even like to be around people that's cool with them. I'm being honest. We can be my cousin. I can see her cool or him cool with Liddell. It'll put a little damper on our relationship. That's just like I seen LaShawn at the library when she came over there. What Candace at? I'm looking at her like she lost her mind. Like, why would I know what Candace at? Man, we getting some of the worst people in these councils, please. Yeah, it works it operates as a whole. Like, did you see that? Neither of them had, allegedly, they had this stuff already prepped in the check registry. Not to bring that, I knew he wasn't bringing a check registry. I don't even know why he even tried to play that game. I know LaShawn watches the show. LaShawn, your ass ineffective. If ain't nobody told you, your ass is ineffective. I don't even know why you up there. I know why you up there, because you getting, it's a paycheck. Let's just go with that. And y'all know that work program, how that little thing gonna go. You see Liddell, she allegedly, they probably, you see Leon, can we make it all year round? Because these people probably got nonprofits, allegedly. And they want to get in on it. What's up, Jeff Johnson? You know the mayor sitting up there, he holding that little carrot like this. He holding that little carrot, dangling that little carrot. He dangling that little carrot. Liddell thinking she gonna be able to get in. We probably told her, you can get that 30, but we got to go another way about it, allegedly. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm so done with it. I can't believe this. Let me see what Book of Revelation. I was thinking if Ward 8 was faithfully there will always be pressure on Mayor's 5 wards to not crack and switch sides, and Ward 7 couldn't vote in support with Wards 5, 6, and 9 sometimes. Yeah, this is diabolical. I don't know. Yeah, but I hope that, the residents ain't gonna vote for her again anyway. She gonna go the right-hand way. I'm telling you, I'm damn near ready to smoke a cigarette. This how stressed out I am. Man, I keep telling y'all, the mayor, the president, he the ombudsman. Like, this stuff is so downright scandalous, family. You told her she was a terrible. What was her response? She probably was looking lost when you told her that. Man, look, Neely got this thing on lock up to the state. I'm trying, but I don't even care no more, to be honest with you. I don't think we're going to. I'm telling you. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm live. Can I help you? Don't play with me. Can I help you? I'm working. Go on, man. I'm doing something. This is one of the worst things. Sometimes I look at city council, I be looking at it like, God, just come on, bring on the end. The hell with this thing. Let's just end this thing. Let's just end it.
If we could have all council members return to their seats so that we can start the meeting.
Just came in messing with me. I'm gonna bag out.
If we can have all council members return to their seats so we can start the meeting. If we can have all council members return to your seats so that we can start the meeting. Madam Clerk, the time is now 6:50 p.m. on Monday, June 8th. I hereby call this Flint City Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin.
Present. Present.
Dr. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Johnson.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett. You have 6 members.
We have 6 members present. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Priestley, if you would please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is now time for the prayer of blessing, but before we get to that, is there anyone who would like to recognize a grieving family or a lost loved one? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Madam Chair, I would like to have a moment of silent prayer for the family of Mr. Robert Bob Wesley. Mr. Wesley.
I'm sorry, if we could please have audience members keep their voice down. Go ahead.
Mr. Wesley has served on the Flint Planning Commission for years. I mean, years. He's have served as the chairperson for years. So, you know, I just want us to pray for his family, and, you know, and pray for all of our bereaved families the family of Miss Christine Brown. And I can't think, I had another one, but
Arnold Brown. Arnold.
yeah, Mr. Arnold Brown,
Mm-hmm.
senior. Arnold
Yes.
son.
Yeah. Yep. Is there anyone else who would like to uplift a family or greet someone who's grieving?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th
I
Ward.
do just want to state that I agree with the moment of silence and prayer that my colleague in the 5th Ward stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam President,
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I would like to acknowledge Mr. Delmus J. Wilson. Mr. Delmus J. Wilson, a longtime resident of the city of Flint, and also Miss Wanda Jean Brown. Miss Wanda Jean Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing as how there isn't anyone else, Councilman in the 9th Ward, if you would.
Lord, I would pray the prayer that Aaron prayed. Lord, bless us and keep us. Lord, make your face to shine upon us. Lord, be gracious unto us. Lord, lift your countenance upon us and grant us peace. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to
To add to that,
arrest for a
prayer,
misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the
pray
peaceful
for the
and
weak
orderly
and be
conduct of any
destroyed.
meeting
I'm
will be
out.
given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and/or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box is placed at the entrance of the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Please make sure there's the correct time.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. Speaking on the situation about Miss Priestley said about the month she would not be voting on this monthly stuff. She always try to throw a monkey wrench into the game, like somebody's a junker. Anyway, like she's like Team Challenge, don't know when the week, just talking about a year. Just all you gotta do is go by the month, like Ms. Bashak said. Simple as that. She always make stuff difficult. It's like us, this peapot junk. Like my church is in Burton, but I just built it out there about 3. None of them years go so fast. I was down on Lippy Cap. It's only 3 miles across Center Road, and that's in Burton. And then when they found out Flint was moving that close to Burton, they asked could they change the water, but they forgot to change the sewage. And now it's building up. And nobody, they just now trying to talk about it. Woodson is the only one brought it up, and the man of God live in Grand Blanc, but the church is in Flint, and now Burton, and y'all put this up on in Detroit, and already sued and try to leave the council of we the people out when they only got 30 days to get some of that suit law money using it. And thanks to Miss Priestley, she just, and everybody, and people using May Center to sell this water for $1 a pop. The woman so thirsty, little girl, just like this little lady here, she's the only one called them out. So you senior peoples, I'm appalled that you are using May Center to sell this water for $1. A girl was so thirsty today and cutting the grass and everybody, and like it's business as usual. Only when the 9th Ward said he refused to take over the council, but he got well, he spoke up, taking a chance on a doctor getting killed for high blood pressure. They know how to chemically kill a black man. They say all you got to do talk about the water problem and the blood pressure go up and then he'll pop over like a full mosquito. You just let a mosquito stay on your arm too long, he'll bust right in front of your eyeballs. But a bee, he can kill himself by a bumblebee by leaving a stinger and he'll die too. But they're trying to kill all the honeybees, but they're using them. Anyway, enough of that German technology stuff. Now they're using chemicals, destroy peoples, and nobody's saying nothing about it. Like as I talk right now, Israel's using Operation Shield, a white cloud, and that's against the law to use that stuff. Now they don't give the other people's chance to use their chemicals because Israel, doing the first shot, I seen it on TV, they didn't want me to watch TV. They pushed one button and they was fighting rivals and everybody in the beat goes. So America, stay tuned because you see what these darkies dealing with in Flint. We getting our money though.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing again? I just want to say this one more time. We have given the Ashley Capital a $72 million tax abatement. We were promised 3,000 jobs. That data center is not going to bring 3,000 jobs.
Hey, check this out. I don't even care if I get a view on this. Not a view. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to God. Dear God, let me talk to you. Let me get a minute. I know I done messed up. I know I done said it. I know I done violated the laws of the land. But God, you must forgive me, because I am just a man, just trying to find this way to make a better day. I wake up every morning, first thing I do is pray. I drop to my knees and I beg you, Lord, please forgive me for my sins and acknowledge my good deeds. I know sometimes I mess up, I'm an effed up individual, but you can see my heart, so you know it's in my visual. I'm trying to go to heaven, I done been through too much hell, and plus I know that's worse than my 28 in jail. I live in an environment where God can't provide it. I'm part of a race in the country genocided. When taught to love my sisters, when taught to love my brothers, we was taught self-hatred from some people that don't love us. This prayer right here is a prayer for all my people that's living in a country where we ain't treated equal. They tell us to our face we don't deserve reparation. The people that enslaved us, it's over our education. Now that right there is a recipe for disaster. How can you get taught right by your ex-slave master? How dare they gonna teach you that you way better than them? I just said a mouthful when I hit you with that gym. I'm really not a rapper, I just speak truth and rhyme. I'm a scientist with words, with a mind that's divine. My thoughts paint pictures on the canvas like an artist. I went to special ed, so I wouldn't say I'm the smart.
That was just a positive artist in Flint that got some songs that I was trying. I put the wrong song on. He had one that was more dedicated to violence, so I'll get that to y'all later on. But anyway, please, don't put them data centers here. Thanks for the laugh. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I'm sorry. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Let me start off real quick because I'm going to try to speak slow so y'all can understand. The $1 million for the Water Stability Fund, call Mr. Moore up here and ask him how much does Burton owe us for using our sewer. Do not pass ARPA funds for the Water Stability Fund. Do not do it. I mean, that can go to fixing people's houses. You can use it for something else. Let's talk about the data center. How is it that Ashley Capital got $72 million to clean up something that was contaminated, and then you're gonna put another business to contaminate what you spending $72 million on? RJ Torch, they had an ACO for air pollution. Lockhart, water pollution. The incinerator down there in Genesee Township, fine. Air pollution. Ajax pavement, they coming with another violation, air pollution. If this data center come, that's one of the main things is the air pollution. This is a senior citizen, seniors, full of seniors, COPD, asthma, air pollution. Why would we want to put something in our area that we already know what we done been through with the water? Pastor Thrillkill, Claire, Miss McClinton, they can contest. 2014, we talked about the water, but nobody listened. We even had dinner with people from Port Huron that sued the water, Pure Water, I forgot the name of them. But we had dinner with them. We tried to get the people to understand that the water was contaminated in 2014. Why in Flint are we not proactive? This council should be full right now. This council chamber should be full. Candace, I'm with you 100%, 10 toes down. We have to learn to put people on this council. I'm running. I said I'd never do this, but I'm running for council. To where y'all got to make sure that when you pass this moratorium, 7 days, if Mayor Neely does not sign it, y'all need to find out if he vetoed it. So you could turn around because they're running in stealth. I know all y'all got a phone call the other day because I got a phone call from Ashley Capital now. And I know y'all got a phone call too. They called y'all. Y'all, I'm telling you, we're gonna know. Play their game. Make sure that 7 days after you pass this, make sure if he vetoed it, bring it back, veto proof, 6 votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kirsten Kopp.
What was the name?
Kirsten Kopp.
I know that she spoke during special affairs. I think she left. I don't see her anymore.
Darrell Brown.
I don't see him anymore either.
Jean Marie Arbor.
Thank you, Council. Going back to the Ashley Capital site, there appears to be a hyperscale data center planned. That's a new type of data center that's planned for the state of Michigan. Those types of data centers have been built as a result of the AI demand. They're significantly larger, more powerful, and much more thirsty and much more hungry for electricity. That means that we'll bear the cost. We have to be mindful of that. Now, imagine this 200 acres within which 3,500 homes can sit, or 250 football fields. It's vast. But more importantly, Ashley Capital's website still says that that area is zoned for Class A building. That's for warehouses. That's light industrial. According to the Flint 2017 zoning ordinance master use table, that property is designated as PC. That's a production center for agricultural and commercial businesses. Data centers are indicated anywhere, and they are not Class A. As a matter of fact, they're generally classified as industrial infrastructure and are likened to power plants. Think about that. Now, considering the developer, Hillwood Sterling, it's a joint venture. Sterling is a real estate investor, and they pretty much focus on urban renewal projects. Hillwood built the billion-dollar Musk hyperscale campus in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, the question is, who's going to reside there if they build it? Because Crane's business report did not say who it would be, and we should be concerned about that. We need to know who the end user is so that we would know whether or not they would be a good corporate citizen. That should be very concerning for us. Now, I'm neither anti-AI nor anti-technology, but What I am concerned about is the health of the residents of the city of Flint. What I am concerned about is the amount of water to be used, because those data centers use millions of gallons of water, fresh water, every single day to cool down those systems, because they get very hot. As a matter of fact, the United Kingdom has found that the earth is warming even with the use of the data centers, meaning that the temperature, the ambient temperature, daytime and nighttime, increases in Fahrenheit 2 to 5 degrees. We already have a problem with global warming. Okay, now, the properties around the area, they're gonna lose value. Who can sell? Who can borrow when your property is worthless because you're surrounded by a horrible data center? What about the blight? Who wants to
Madam
look
Chair.
at that?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you, thank you. Please vote no.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Hollins.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name?
James Hollins.
I believe he left.
Carolyn Shannon.
I believe she left.
Abigail Morley.
Hello, my name's Abigail. I was born and raised in Flint. I reside in the 4th Ward, Mrs. Priestley. And I came to the council meeting today to implore that you vote in favor of the moratorium against data centers. Even for a year, there's not enough research to know how it will affect the people in our community, the ecosystems that will surround it, the animals that will be affected, and humans are animals, and we will be affected by noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution. And I know that, we want jobs for our city, and that would be fantastic. There's no guarantee that it's going to create many jobs, and any jobs that they do create in the long term, there's no guarantee it's going to be people in the city of Flint who get those jobs. The people that will be living by the data center will have to deal with sound. And there's sound. I don't know if you've seen the videos online of the sound that people are having to hear all day, every day, but that affects people mentally, physically. But there's also sound that doesn't register to the human ear that will still affect us physically and mentally, as well as the migratory patterns of birds and other animals. So I'm not saying, don't build a data center, but please just wait until we have more research and a guarantee that it's not going to negatively affect our city and the people in it. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Audrey Muhammad, 2nd Ward candidate for City Council. We gotta make some changes, definitely downstairs in administration. If ain't nobody else heard all of the frack and the crazy stuff, the hiding of the money, if you ain't crooks, you don't have no problem with everybody seeing what you're doing. Show the record, show the record. I want to just talk in a few minutes, few seconds. Been out this morning, talked to a lady who had been living on the street for 60 years. She said they ain't never redone her sidewalk. The sidewalk is horrible. It's right in front of the neighborhood engagement hub. The sidewalk, they finally fixed her street. She said they fixed the street when Don Williamson was the mayor. That's the only work they've ever done on that street. She said she moved in there in October of 1966. No other work has been done on her block. She can't even walk out of her house down the steps on the sidewalk to her driveway without some problems there with her sidewalk. It's compromised. definitely compromised. Talk about blight. I am going to ask over and over again about Swanson Funeral Home. Charge somebody, and I understand EPA need to come in and see it, get them here. Get that building taken care of. It's not only an eyesore, but it's a danger. And if the question is because it was chemicals that was in there, then it's a danger to the people that's living around in that area. Take care of that. Get rid of these buildings that is falling in. Have to say this. The building, Brother Elamine, at the corner of Flint Park and King, the roof is falling in. It is a danger. There is no fence around it. Do something about that building. I had to agree with the young lady that was up here a few minutes ago. If you're going to get jobs and give a tax abatement to any company here, assure that the citizens of Flint will be guaranteed jobs. Guarantee is 70 to 80% of the citizens in Flint. How are we going to get tax revenue if you keep allowing people outside the city? And I'm talking about city employees. Let's go up on their taxes. Go up on their income taxes. If it's good enough, if the city good enough for us to pimp us and make money off of us, then the city of Flint should be getting money. This is a picture of that building. Let's get it taken care of. Let's get it done. Let's not forget the violence. It's the summertime. How many more children and people do we have to lose in the city to gun violence around here? I got my grandbabies. I don't want to lose none of them to no gun violence. Let's do something about it. We all got to get in here and step up the pace. Let's take care of it. But take care of this building, please, brother. Please take care of this building. It's not good.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tanya Harris.
How y'all doing? I wanted to ask a question about the data centers. Okay, we know they got one in Saline Township. Saline Township.
Can you speak into your mic?
Saline Township community voted against it, but the developer, Related Digital, sued the township after the project was denied. The lawsuit argued that the township was engaging in exclusionary zoning by effectively preventing this type of development. Now, what if we turn it down and can they do that same thing here? And would the city of Flint try to fight them in court? Because this data center does have a issue with noise pollution. It's already cancer running through here. I'm one of the people who had cancer from the water. I'm tired of getting sick from living someplace. I almost died. And this is ridiculous to bring something else that would affect our health. And we really don't know everything that's going to happen to like the kids that were little when the water situation went off. So we just going to keep getting everybody sick here. We just going to keep bringing noise pollution, cancer, and we just going to sit here and die because somebody else want a tax break and wants some money. I just think that's wrong. And I would like to know if they try to sue to force the data center to be here, what would be the city of Flint's next move to stop it if the people don't want it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Good evening, council. We done heard these stories before from these big corporate people. Anytime you got to negotiate with the Elon Musk and the Bill Gates, you already got a problem. The Mundy Township, let's go, first of all, salute for the moratorium. Salute to that. It's time for this council to start taking leadership. We don't want to keep hearing about you didn't know this and they wouldn't tell you. Take leadership, take the bull by the horns and run this city. I want to give a shout out to the candidates who are running for public office who've already taken a stand against these data centers. Michael Clack, Beverly Biggs, Woodson, Art Woodson, and Darrell Brown, to name a few. I hope others will join in and say no to data centers. It's a shame that a township voted against it and the corporation sued that township. And shame on Governor Whitmore standing up there cutting a ribbon when the people said no. Shame, it's time out for that. We're not gonna put up with that no more. So here we go. Let's talk to our friends to the South Mundy Township. No mega site. They mobilized their whole community. They got rid of their township supervisor and put somebody in there that stood with the people, and we ready to do the same doggone thing. And y'all don't have much time. You don't have much time for this. So a word to the wise is sufficient. And here again, haven't we learned from General Motors? Remember, jobs, jobs, jobs. When they come here asking for tax abatement, every tax abatement they got for 12 years, the plant they got it for didn't even last 12 years. They all closed. Everything corporations say is not true. Hello, wake up. This is Flint. We fought the corporation, General Motors, and won union recognition. We don't believe everything corporate says. And if you're that naive, you need to step down. So here again, it's on you all's shoulders, but it's on our shoulders too, because we're going to take control of our destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Bethany Hazard.
I'm against these data centers. I've been reading about them, what they cause. And what I see in Flint, that the people always get screwed here. From Auto World to Diplomat Pharmacy to Ashley Capital, the people have gotten screwed. And I'm tired of it. And the city allows it. We're paying taxes to Ashley now for what? I heard the cleanup site. They just raised my taxes, and I live in a slum in West Flint where the police don't even come. It makes me angry that I'm paying to live around bandos where drug dealers can squat in somebody's house when they go to the hospital. Right now in my neighborhood, a lady went to the hospital and is in the rehab, and the squatters just moved in and took over her house, and you guys do nothing about it. It's wrong. It's immoral. This lady had paid taxes all her life lived here all her life and has paid taxes, and you guys don't care that her house is being destroyed. So you don't care about the residents, but you want to give Ashley Capital tax abatements and money from us? No, it's immorally wrong. This is an immoral city.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Cynthia Haynes.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. I don't come down here too much unless it's very important. I've been doing a lot of travel. Oh, first of all, I want to ask that our summer program is very important to our children. 70 children is not it's not enough. I'm asking each and every one of y'all to get involved, and let's try to help find some money so we can at least try to fund at least 150 students. We need y'all input. We need for all council. You on council, you should want to make connection with people outside of Flint to get for the betterment of the community. So I'm asking all of y'all, if you would please try to make some connections or call people so we can get extra funding that we can hire 150 students. Second of all, the data centers. I understand technology is coming, and I understand that our children are behind, and it's basically more because of this AI that the world is pushing. Governor Whitmore, aka Big Gretch, she was behind this years ago, and I'm pretty sure people was aware of that, but it just somehow went over everybody's head. But I'm asking for y'all to fight. Because the reason why I'm saying it, people are still concerned about Flint. And our water, we're still on the map. And right about now, if we let these data centers come through here, and what we haven't even got over the emotional aspects of the water. We can be the founder, we can be the fighters, because if they do it here in Michigan, in Flint, they're gonna hit Saginaw, they're gonna hit Pontiac, they're gonna hit Detroit, basically because we have the infrastructure, General Motors, and they need that water. I'm asking y'all to stand up, because if they do it to us, they're gonna hit all these little Black underserved community. We gotta be the fighters. People wanna know. I will put y'all out there. So I'm asking y'all to think twice, and I understand that we need this technology for the betterment of our youth, but we also still need to get back to the basic elements of reading, writing, because a lot of the youth are not going to want to advance the technology. We still got to think about skilled trades, and I am 50-50 for it, but just not in Flint. Put it way out there in Grand Blanc. Flint Township, Clio, Swartz Creek, way out in the backwoods. Don't put it in Flint, in the city of Flint. We already still dealing with the emotional. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm asking y'all to fight. If y'all fight this, I will get the media behind y'all. I'm asking y'all, I will get the media behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Jaquindra B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening to Council. My name is Jaquindra Brown, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm here today again to urge the Council to move forward with Resolution 260191, which will oppose a moratorium on permitting and the construction of data centers within the city of Flint. I know that some members of the council want to look further into the effects of data centers and want to wait for the facts, quote unquote. So here are the facts. According to a 2025 model presented by the Environmental Health Project, having data centers in the community increases respiratory disease and cardiovascular conditions due to toxic air pollution being released in the air. That by 2030, said pollutions will cause approximately 600,000 asthma symptom cases and will result in a public health burden of more than $20 billion due to the toxins being caused by centers. According to the World Resources Institute, a single modern AI data center can use as much as 100,000 homes, as much power as 100,000 homes, with larger data centers using 20 times that amount. This results in over $60 billion in increased rates to Americans countrywide, with residents with data centers paying 10% more for electricity compared to communities that don't have data centers. The amount of permanent jobs that data centers create in the community are minuscule. With a review of 1,200 data centers, the information found that even larger data centers employ fewer than 150 people, with some data centers being as few as 25. So for the members who want to wait for the facts are already here. And it shows that a greater financial burden and health burden will be inflicted on the residents, with little to no benefits for the community. To close, during the last committee meeting, there was a council person that actually compared the benefits of $20 million versus the health of our residents. I was deeply saddened to hear this, because when it comes to health and well-being of our residents versus council making a profit, I would choose our residents 100% of the time. I urge the council to support this moratorium to make sure that residents come first. Thank you.
Next public speaker,
Next speaker is Natalie Wright.
It is 2026 and we are still working on our water lines. I was shocked the other day to ask some workers outside of my building in downtown Flint what they were doing and why the road was torn up. And they said, because of your lead water main. And I was like, wow. And he said, I wouldn't drink the water afterwards and I'd never drink it again because we never did that right when we replaced the water lines. We didn't flush these homes or buildings. So there's still lead sitting in their boilers and hot water heaters. Mine get fixed several times a year. And so it doesn't matter that they replace the pipes. We still have them in the homes and things because we didn't go around flushing individual homes. So I can't imagine if we added data centers on top of that. I mean, I've had 2 biopsies this year that turned out to be things other than cancer, and I'm 47, and 2 already this year. And so I just don't think we need anything else extra added on to these kids too after having lead poisoning. It's just, there's nothing good that can come of it. It doesn't really bring that many jobs. They're pretty self-sufficient. They'll bring in teams from other places. It's happened in Memphis and in Georgia, and they like to put them in Black and marginalized communities, and you see their drinking water looks like coffee. I don't think anything good can come from this at all from a data center. Besides, sometimes they will give some politicians, who are a little higher up, some money in their pockets. But as soon, and if data centers came in here, people would be trying to sell their homes as fast as they could. The schools would get worse than they are now. Everything would get worse than it is now. And I can't take it because I'm only here to see things to start look better. Like, when are we going to get that youth center for teens that I heard Chief Green is sitting on? And when are we going to address, I did notice the mayor wanted to address violence now that it's campaign season. And I would like some answers. We talk about how during emergency management and then COVID, basically the city got doged of employees and cutbacks. And so we don't have any checks and balances, and we can't see any budgets. And so nobody ever gets back to me on how we can go back to before that. Anyways, please do not consider data centers here. It would just already tear down a weakened city. And we could not handle that. And we definitely couldn't come back from it. Thank you.
thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ja'Cory Hawkins.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ja'Cory Hawkins. I'm a 6th Ward resident. I want to say thank you to Ms. Candace Mushat for bringing out this resolution for the moratorium. I am here, of course, to advocate for the moratorium. I think enough people here have expressed the potential dangers of it, from the climate issues and air quality to the water quality to the noise pollution. I get that it can bring in some money, but what's the point of bringing in millions of dollars if we have no residents to live here, increase cancer rates and things of that nature? So really, I'm up here to really just talk to council and express that you all listen to the residents. That's really that simple. There's not a person in here that has advocated for the data center. We are all the voters of you all. You are here for us. I think you all are here for us at least. And so I'm just asking you all to show up for the people in the room, for the people who vote, for the people who pay taxes, right? People raising families within Flint. Simply show up. A moratorium is bare minimum as far as protection for the city while we figure out more information, right? And so really my plea is just for you all to listen to us as we are here, looking you in the eye, this little bit of a barrier. Listen to the people here and just help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mary Wright.
Hello, Mary Wright, Second Ward now, I guess. Well, everybody done talked about the data center, and that's what I'm here to talk about. Look like somebody done sat at the bargaining table and played any, meeny, miny, mo to decide what they're gonna do to the citizens of the city of Flint. First the water poisoning, and now this data center that could possibly cause cancer, allergies, and asthma, and you name it. I don't understand why y'all are laying in bed with Ashley Capital. Enough is enough. Quit selling out to Ashley Capital. We, the citizens of Flint, voted y'all in, need y'all to do the right thing and not sell out to Ashley Capital. We deserve better. We deserve better. Don't worry about y'all pocket. Y'all done got enough. Don't be too greedy. Just take the little bit y'all got and run with that and take care of the citizens of the city of Flint. It ain't that many of us left. And we need our area to stay pollution-free, cancer-free. And it ain't if y'all allow Ashley Capital to come up in here. Within a 6-mile radius, I guarantee you it's more than a 6-mile radius. But y'all got elderly people here. You got families. People done bought their homes and paid for their homes thinking they finna be okay, smooth sailing now. And now we got to deal with this. They ain't gonna give us crap. I want to say the other word, but y'all know they ain't gonna give us crap for our property if we had to move and sell our home. So why are y'all allowing them to make the decision when they already said they was gonna do A, B, and C with the property, and now they want to do something else, which they already knew from the beginning? But it's up to y'all to do y'all job. Y'all, we voted y'all in to stand by us and to protect the citizens. So that's what we need. And secondly, whose ward it is, I don't know, but y'all pay for the streets to be, back to the bricks to be re-bricked. That mess popping up all over the place. Y'all need to go back and get y'all money back, whoever paid. I know y'all got a warranty of some sort. If y'all didn't, y'all need to. That's ridiculous. I mean, the bricks are literally up on the streets today. They up, and they folded in the middle like you fold a one piece of bread sandwich in between the church and Halo Burger. That's terrible. Y'all paid millions of dollars for that out of our money, yeah. When y'all gonna quit screwing us with our Vaseline? Enough is enough. We deserve better. We deserve better. Y'all need to think about it.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mari Copany.
Centers is that's going to use up all of our water and the community is going to die because it has no more access to drinkable water, then why are they putting it in good communities to ruin those communities? Why not places like Flint, Michigan? Those people can't use their water. It's toxic water.
Now, this is what someone that lives in a good community thinks about data centers coming into our community. $50,000 or approximately $137 a day is what it would have costed to treat the Flint River water to prevent the Flint water crisis. That's how much our lives were worth back in 2014. 12 years later, our city leaders may be setting us up for yet another crisis in our community that is still recovering from the first crisis. But unlike the Flint water crisis, you, our elected leaders, have the power to protect our community. But some of our leaders seem to see dollar signs. So my question for you this evening is, how much is our lives worth now? How much money will it take for you to pursue you to put the people at risk again? We all know AI is taking over and is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. People use AI for literally everything without knowing the consequences that they have on huge data centers have on the communities where they exist. By voting yes on the moratorium today, we are taking a pause to make sure we protect our community. In Saline, Michigan, where there is a data center that has already broken ground, their city voted for a 1-year moratorium to allow the city and developers to study the impacts of the data center and develop regulations before allowing the project to move forward. It also was allowing them to set up water usage restrictions and to set up a fund to benefit the local community. The same thing needs to happen here in Flint before allowing any data centers to move in and potentially harm our community. We need this policy to be able to make sure that our city is protected from another potential disaster. AI data centers are still a relatively new industry, and with any new industry, there is lots to learn. They aren't going anywhere. So why not take time to get educated on the negative effects it may have on our community? No amount of money should be worth possibly hurting the residents of Flint, especially when taking a pause will allow us to protect our community for our future. And if you vote no to this, we the people will know that you sold us out and you do not care about the people here that you're supposed to represent. And honestly, if you vote no on this, you're sending us all to hell.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sarah Houston.
Sarah Houston, 6th Ward. Been coming before you for a while about access and stuff, and I know that you have passed a resolution, but that resolution, it was only a Band-Aid, and it only has 2 more days left to that resolution. And we just got the bid out last week, so that takes time. So I would ask that you renew your commitment to the deaf community and rewrite another resolution with a longer period of time to provide access. Very concerned with Miss Judy and what she said about not voting for any month. Months are created for marginalized communities. So what does that say about you? What does that say about Judy Priestley as a white woman who doesn't want to vote for Black History Month or doesn't want to vote for Pride or doesn't want to vote, to recognize marginalized communities that fight every day for presence, right? Deaf people are marginalized communities which have with a smaller marginalized community in it of gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer community. So it's really very telling to say that, and I just think that regardless of religion or anything of that nature, God teaches us to love. And so loving everybody takes it in. What they do in their bedroom is between them and God when they die. It's nobody else's business. I would also like to speak to the jobs for the kids. My daughter was a part of that the first year that it went on, and it was a very good experience. It led to her a second job the following year. It's sad to kind of hear like the numbers are dwindling, it seemed to me, as far as the companies that are hiring kids or whatever the issues are, but all for it and I'll support it. But I was really disturbed. My last meeting, a young lady came in, she was told there was a job fair here, and in reality they wanted her to speak on that matter and she had no idea. She was like blindsided, and I thought that was kind of foul. So I don't think we should be using our children that way. Also would like to say it's just kind of interesting to see people in the room that I've never seen before. Interesting to hear what they'll have to say. And I also support the moratorium on no data centers. And thank you, Candace, for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sharon Brooks.
Good evening, council members. I am Sharon Brooks, and I'm a resident of the 1st Ward. I am here tonight in support of the proposed data center moratorium. I'm not asking you to reject development or investment in our city. I'm asking you to give Flint the time needed to fully understand what this project could mean for our community before any decisions are made. Flint residents know better than most the importance of asking questions, reviewing the facts, and making sure proper safeguards are in place. We have lived through the consequences of major decisions that move forward without enough transparency and community input. A temporary moratorium is a reasonable and responsible step. It allows time to study the potential impacts on our water resources, energy infrastructure, environment, and public health. It also gives residents an opportunity to be informed and involved in the process. Growth is important, but it should never come at the expense of the people who call Flint home. I respectfully ask that you all vote in favor of the moratorium and put the interests of the Flint residents first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. And I am not approving of that data center. If you come down Stewart Street from Dort Highway, going to Saginaw, there was all white cars on the right-hand side. They have moved all of them. So I don't know if that data center is trying to go over there, but it's actually Capitol building. We don't want that here in our area. The mayor wouldn't put his kids over there to live over there with that going on. Bring his kids and put them over there in the data center. LaShawn, you should not be voting for this. I know the mayor, he's our state rep, and he's got 5 foolish on council. It's time out for this. Time out. And if y'all don't see it now, you'll never see it. Y'all want a few dollars to put in your pocket, and when it all boils down, you're all gonna be killed from all of this. And Leon, this building should be ashamed. You should be ashamed to have this building, and the papers say the owner's name is the Mays Institute. This building needs to be tore down or got rid of or fixed up. You should be ashamed to say your name is on that. You got the homeless man that you got his money, and then you put him out. Remember that? Showed him. Maid Institute got him. I got him off the street. You put him out 2 weeks later and took his money. You're sad. You're a poor excuse for a council person. It's time to wake up. Y'all 5 foolish. You got to wake up. LaShawn, you need to quit bidding on everything they bid on, because it ain't right. The Bible says, study to show ourselves approved. Start reading. Start reading your own homework. Quit getting this stuff that they say bid on. The mayor is taking y'all straight to hell. And I ain't ashamed to say it. Not one time. You got that building at the bank. Ain't nobody moved this stuff. That mobile home with all that trash at Citizen Bank on Saginaw and Wager. You got this trash over here on North and Black. Trash just piling up. You got one on Andrew Street and Wager. This stuff needs to be cleaned up. Philadelphia North, somebody's gonna have an accident coming from Saginaw going to Industrial. You cannot see if a car is coming. It's time out for us to sit down here and we let y'all sit on these seats, collect the money to get paid for, and ain't doing a damn thing about it. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Micaiah Owens.
Good evening. Micaiah Owens. I live in the 7th Ward. I'm running for mayor. And I'm also an attorney. And the reason why I wanted to come tonight is pertaining to the data center. And we had some questions about what happened in Saline Township. The problem that happened there is that they didn't move fast enough to get a moratorium in place. And when they did, they had an inconsistency between the moratorium and their zoning ordinance. So this board, So what happened in Saline was that they moved too slow. They didn't get and they didn't have the correct information in their moratorium. What happens is that if you have a data center, get an application for approval in before you have the appropriate moratorium in place, you're stuck with the ordinances you have. Having a moratorium in place gives you guys the opportunity to consult with the proper experts to figure out what do you need to do to create an ordinance that will protect our residents. And if a data center is a good fit, okay. But it needs to be done with a proper analysis. You need to be talking to the experts, talking to your attorney, figuring out what do we need to do to make sure our residents' interests are protected. The problem is if you move too slow on the moratorium and they get an application in, you're done. And the problem is that the data centers are owned by entities that are so rich, they have such deep pockets that if you get in a fight with them, they will beat you to death in litigation. I've already directed my municipalities. We've passed these already. We got them in place because we wanted our residents to be protected. I encourage you strongly, please get a moratorium in place, consult with the experts, figure out what needs to be done. And then one other thing I did want to mention, and this is kind of a side note, as to the problems with the administration, with not providing this commission proper, this council, I should say, proper documentation for things, not providing access to like the check register. I would just humbly encourage you, if you have to, go meet with them. It is incumbent upon this council to protect our interests as the residents, to protect our taxpayer dollars. If you have to, subpoena them or go meet with them, but we need to have that information, and we trust you. We trust you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
I believe he left.
The next speaker is Dominique Strong.
Oh.
All right, good evening, council. I'm glad to see you all, but I don't come down here much, but when I come down, it's to have my voice heard. This just seems so familiar from 2014 with the water crisis. And to be standing here today and using my voice to advocate for you guys to show up for the residents as it relates to the water. I took my time, I emailed some of you guys last night. As a qualified mental health profession, as a qualified intellectual development profession, I work with the babies that were affected by the water crisis 12 years ago, putting in referrals for them to be evaluated for lead in their bloodstream. And here we are with this data center thing going on. It's kind of heartbreaking because the first people who pays is the youngest. They get hit the hardest. Children take in more air for their size and their lungs are still forming. So this pollution feeds asthma and stunts lung growth. Pregnancies are vulnerable too. Exposure to fine particles and nitrogen dioxide before birth is tied to preterm birth, low birth rate, and stillbirth. Just sounds too familiar. And it never arrives alone. A new polluter stacks into the burden Flint already carries with the EPA cause, impact, and settles into the body over a lifetime. So I'm just asking you guys, just as our voice, show up for us. Be the administration that shows up for the residents, those of us that pay tax dollars, those of us that are homeowners, show up for us. Don't be like that administration 12 years ago that decided to flip the switch. Use your voice and use your knowledge to protect our babies. I'm begging you. Like I said, I work with them every day. I have my GSH shirt on because that's the agency I work for, but not here representing them. I'm Dominique Strong with Dominique McGlown Strong, and I am a resident of the 4th Ward. So I'm using my voice today just to advocate for my babies because I have to work with them 5 days out of the week, and I'm watching the behaviors every day. So I'm just here can you guys please vote yes to pause take the time, like some of my fellow residents, research, right? Get with those consultants, find out. And thank you, Councilmember Shep, for bringing this to the attention.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Robert Allen.
I just came to say no to the data center. That was it. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lindra Brown.
Hi, I'm Linda Brown. I just want to say I'm tired of seeing my people die. I'm tired of seeing my people leave. Life over money. Family member works for the health department, said to tell y'all, hell no, no data system, no data system. Why are the entities making Flint a cesspool? Stand up for us. We have been through enough. We want to live decent. We want to be people already got up here and said how we feel, what we want. We need y'all to hear us. Life is precious. And what you guys allowed to happen, especially that water crisis, that's like, forget y'all, forget human life. I believe in a higher power. I know a higher power. What go around, come around.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kamisha Muggins.
Thank y'all. I haven't been here in decades, so forgive me, I don't know the process. I'm Kamisha Muggins, and I live at 115 West Bishop Avenue, which is in front of the property that was brought up that's decaying in my backyard. And I want that property if nobody else is gonna take care of it, and I'm willing to go through the process to get it. It just needs to be torn down. I will mow it, and I will buy it. Okay. As far as the data center, I want to thank everybody in this room because I had no clue about it. I've been out of touch and kind of given up on city matters because nothing seems to get done. I'm I am sandwiched between sinking drains on my street. I got a 5-year-old boy who walks with me with the dog, and it's big enough for him to fall down this hole. I've addressed my council person, and she got with me immediately about it. But I'm up here to make notice that there's 2 on one side and 1 on the other street, and the one down the street has been like that for most of the school year. And buses come down that road all the time. Kids get picked up on that road all the time. So it seems like the city's solution to problems is to stick a cone on it. We got cones just stuck in the middle of the road, and people are running into them and knocking them over. That's the solution to our problems. That's sad. I don't know who those people back there are, or who appoints them, or who pays them. Nobody was organized or had any information to give. I don't know them, but that was sad. What else? I just thank y'all for coming up here. I learned so much. I'll be back up here again. So thank y'all. I think that's about ARPA funds. I really can't say I plan to live here. My dad passed away during COVID, and I got his house. That house has been in our family for 30 years, so I'm trying my best. They work on the pipes, I guess, across the street in front of an abandoned house. I don't know who owns the house, but people throw yard waste over there all the time. And they've been over there since I've been there for about 5-6 years. They worked on that place 4 or 5 times. Every time they work on those pipes, my water starts stinking and it's horrible. I don't know what they're doing there. Nobody lives there. They need to be fixing my pipes. Again, my house has lead and asbestos on it. There's no programs. When I do apply, there's so many hoops I gotta jump through, and then they deny me. And then you say I have ARPA funds. I got this really tacky sheet of paper for application for ARPA funds. And then by the time I got it filled out and brought up here, because I work for a living, they denied me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Diana Psalms.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for all being here. As a member of the Flint community, I would like to support the resolution for the moratorium. However, I do have some, because I want this discussed, I want it looked at, but I do have some questions. I can ask questions during this time? Okay, so my first question is, I saw the resolution on a snapshot on Facebook. So I'm just wondering, does the resolution explicitly call for the planning department and legal to seek expertise, external expertise? Does that resolution, I know we have the planning department, I know we have legal. However, I know we don't have a director in the planning department, and it does say staff and not director. And so I'm just wondering, the process. What is the process that happens when you give authority to the planning department and the legal to look into us having a data center in our community? The second question I have is, with the lack of a director in the planning department, I just don't understand why we would, how are we planning and how are we going forth with projects when we don't have directors? Or did we not need a director? I know we had one for some time. And so with all the important things that are coming, ARPA is ending, and data centers are trying to come into our community. What are we doing to get the proper staff in the city to make the decisions, like hiring expertise to figure out how the data center would affect our community? And so, although I'm in support of the resolution, I think everybody should be in support of the moratorium. I do think maybe it could be strengthened, or it could be explained that it's not, it's not necessary to be strengthened because these things are already set in place and will happen once the resolution is accepted. So that's all I had to say. And thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Donald Scott.
He's passing.
The final comment for this meeting comes pursuant to the Michigan Persons with Disabilities Civil Rights Act, and it is from Charles Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell writes, "Good evening. Councilwoman Liddell Lewis is a phony and should resign office. She isn't doing anything meaningful for Ward 2. Liddell Lewis is on city council for purposes of gaining social media exposure and clicks." And that is Mr. Blackwell's comment.
Seeing as how that was the final public speaker, public comment, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken, and individual council members' response should be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has spoken. We only get 2 minutes and that's it. But Mari, I'm going to applaud you because you deserve it, because you lived through the water crisis and you helped bring attention to an issue that should have never happened. And for us to do a moratorium, or Councilwoman McShatt, who has had my phone ringing every day since Tuesday night, all day and night, it's sometimes you have to take bold steps. And you have been a young trailblazer for making sure that you protect your community and using your voice. And I hope that other young people like you get involved, because we have more years behind us, or I do, than I do ahead of me. And so I encourage you to keep speaking, because I'm listening and you need to be encouraged. You honestly do. Michael, Mr. Owens, we did a subpoena. It just kind of went, we don't know. With the moratorium, it has been a lot of controversy in our community. And there's been I have been researching them for 2 years. And I just do not see the data to where I can support a data center today. We're still replacing service lines. We still don't drink our water from the tap. We have trust issues. If you cut your water on and haven't had it on for a day or whatever, or a long period, you smell the chemicals and you smell it in there. And let's talk about them $1,000 checks that everybody didn't get. And then people were sent a 1099 to tax you on being poisoned. We need to do better. And I hope my colleagues support the moratorium for the people.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all the residents for coming out. Thank you for coming forth, bringing us your thoughts, your insights, your opinions. Just thank you for being engaged in the process. I wish we could have more residents come out to, just be here to see what's going on. Get the information for yourself. I do want to touch on the moratorium. I do support the moratorium. I think it's prudent that we establish safeguards. You know, safeguards as far as, let me see, the long-term impacts that it will have on our community. We need to research that. We need to get the information. We need information on how much water and energy is gonna take to run data centers. We need all of the information as far as the regulations to public health, welfare, and safety. So I will be supporting the moratorium. I was listening last week. I was homesick, and I heard the discussion, and I knew right then that I was gonna support it 100%, because we do need to establish safeguards. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 3rd Ward.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Ms. Biggs, it takes just more than me to make it clean over there in the 3rd Ward. On Marengo, the Murphys takes care of theirs. Also, on Tilden, I take care of mine and everybody else. We have already addressed the property on Black and North 3 times since February the 2nd. You've been calling me, contacting me, let me know what's going on. Not only are you contacting me, I also know because I'm a bus driver, right? I ride it, that's my area that I drive in. Not only do I drive in it, I ride my area every morning I get off work. We done cleaned up that area 3 times. Mr. Brown has came over there and cleaned up North and Black 3 times, and they continually put trash out there. So we are all working. Ms. Paradise also let me know of a property on Christmas. We have been on that property on Christmas. The property behind the bank, you also let me know about that. I was on that as well. I have made the necessary calls to get that done as well. Philadelphia and North, I've been on that as well. So again, we all need to work together as a community, and if you are running, we all should be on the same page of trying to keep the 3rd Ward clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
I would like to thank all the residents who have came and voiced their concerns. I want to thank all the residents who emailed me. I have all you guys' emails and concerns about this data center. Also, I would like to thank Sister Audrey Muhammad for your concerns about the building. The building is already on the demolition list with the city. It was also secured with a gate around it until individuals stole it. I got a call one day from council, and it's one of the reasons why I had to leave. Individuals had stole the gate. So the building has been secured and it is on schedule to be demolished. In regards to individuals keep bringing up some kind of disabled person and speaking on all of this, I'm glad y'all keep saying that, because I brought his case manager down here to listen to you with all these false information and all this stuff. You so concerned about what I'm doing. So when what's coming for you, when it comes, then we'll address it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So again, I would like to thank all those that came out, even though they couldn't stay. They came and blessed the mic and left. Your voice matters. It's important. It says a lot who came out and who did not. I want to address Ms. Muggins, who came up here and she was talking about the sinkholes. I noticed that we are suffering from a lot of sinkholes in the city. When we did the Silence the Violence March, we had to march past a big old sinkhole. I mean, it was like 6 feet long. It was big. Furthermore, courtesy of Michael Clack, he posted a picture of a sinkhole by a barricade, and the sinkhole ate up the barricade. So Unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with, and sinkholes is an issue. So I'm looking forward to having a discussion about sinkholes on the next committee meeting for a special discussion, because this is dangerous. You could literally hide in this sinkhole, and your car could fit into the sinkhole, the front end. So we need to make sure that we are doing better by the residents. Lastly, I would like to encourage the residents again to please take advantage of the great things that are taking place. We are talking about youth jobs. We want to make sure that we are employing the youth, giving them something positive to do during the summer. And summer jobs is one thing, so please bring your youth out. We also have had the rodeo sponsored by different partners, including the city of Flint. So please invite your family and just come on out. We also have pre-rodeo festivities as well. But I want to encourage you to, just like Mr. Blackwell said, I definitely do things for views and clicks for the city of Flint. So if you want to know what's going on in our city and it's positive, please view the Flint Second Ward page and click on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak during council response, I will simply say I will let you all know as soon as we get to that resolution exactly where I stand. But me introducing it should be clear. Moving on to the Madam Clerk, we have reconsiderations here, right? Who asked? Go ahead. We just have to vote on the reconsiderations.
Correct. One, I asked Councilmember Lewis to put on the master fee schedule because it needed to be amended to correct the actual schedule to be in line with what council ended up voting on for a
Got
couple
it.
of those fees.
Okay.
And then the DDA millage was requested to be put on by the administration.
I'm not sure, but I think the way that reconsiderations work, isn't it? You have to be someone who voted on it to reconsider, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
I will
Thank you.
say-
I'm pretty sure that's what our rules say.
Also, Ms. Lewis, Dr. Lewis also did the
Okay,
DDA
as long,
as
yeah,
well.
because you said administration. You didn't
Correct,
say
but-
Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis. did
All
as
right,
well.
thank you. All right, then, moving on to reconsideration 260180, which is the adoption of 2026-2027 master fee schedule. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
That we reconsider 260180.
There's a motion to reconsider 260180. Is there support?
Support.
So moved by the councilwoman in the fourth ward, supported by the councilman in the first ward. There's no discussion, right? We just vote. Is there discussion for this, Madam Clerk?
There's no discussion.
No
on the
discussion.
Not on the reconsideration.
Thank you so much. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Not in.
Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That reconsideration fails. Moving on to reconsideration 260183, 2026 operating millage, City of Flint Downtown Development Authority District. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
make a motion that we reconsider 260183.
There's a motion to reconsider 260183. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett,
No.
Mr. Alamin. Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That reconsideration fails as well. Moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Are there separations?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
260191 and let me get the resolution from the other one. 260201.
All right, Councilwoman in the 4th ward wants to separate 260191, the moratorium on data centers in the city of Flint. And what was your second one?
260201.
260201. She wants to also separate the recognition of Pride Month in the month of June. All right, are there any more separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
260202.
260, hold on one second, 202, separated by Councilwoman Burns, which is the approval of youth job training, City of Flint, 3rd Clean and Safe Summer Program. Is that it? Oh, okay. Councilwoman in the 5th ward, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get you next. Councilwoman in the 5th ward.
I would like to separate 260192.
192, hold on one second, I'm gonna find that.
It's on page 6.
260192, separated by the councilwoman in the 5th ward, and that is the acceptance of the Genesee County Senior Millage Funding, Eric May Senior and Community Service Center fiscal year 2026 budget. Councilman in the 9th ward.
I'd like to separate 260203.
260203, is that the only one? 260203, separated by the councilman in the 9th ward, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, Water Rate Stabilization Fund. Are there any more separations? Seeing as how there aren't any more separations, the consent agenda will, hold on, that didn't go. The consent agenda will include resolutions 260186, which is the La Fontaine of Dexter new vehicle fiscal year 2026, 260190, which is the adjournment of Flint City Council meetings July 8th and July 13th, 2026, will consist of Resolution 260205, Settlement Weary versus City of Flint et al. 260206, which is the Settlement Glowing versus City of Flint. 260207, which is the Collective Bargaining Agreement, City of Flint Police Officers, Labor Council, Flint Police Department Lieutenants and Captains. And add on a resolution number 1. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And I'm sorry, add on resolution number 1 is a resolution, hold on, for the PFAS settlement. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. We are moving on to our first separated item, which is 260191, Moratorium Data Center, City of Flint, separated by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve Resolution 260191, the
There-
moratorium data centers, City of Flint.
There's a motion to approve Resolution 260191, Moratorium Data Center, City of Flint, by the councilwoman in the 5th ward. Is there support?
Support.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna take the support of the councilwoman in the 3rd ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
I can understand the residents' concerns over data centers. I just feel that a moratorium is unwarranted at this point since there's just been vague interest in putting something on Buick City. I'm afraid that putting a moratorium in will eliminate any discussion of that for that site. I have been reading up on some, especially on some sites, from sites that are not necessarily ones that I would normally go to. And I've talked to a lot of people, like I've said earlier this afternoon, I spoke to people from Eagle. We have a lot of regulations, basically in response to GM poisoning of our groundwater, et cetera, that are already in place, which are not in place in other areas. So I am not in favor of a one-year moratorium. I would go for a 3-month or even sending it back to committee for further discussion and working on, but I am not going to go for a one-year moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the third ward.
I disagree with my colleague in Ward 4. Our people's lives are more than money. It's a noise pollution, it's air quality pollution, it's water pollution. Our people's lives are way more than us. We can stand here for a year and we can wait and we can do the proper research that we need to do to make sure that our residents in our city is safe, to make sure that, because it's down there by me, the noise pollution or the air pollution. I have respiratory issues already. So I don't need anything coming down there where we have elderly residents in our area. People put us in place to make good decisions for them, not for us. Because some of us is doing this because, I don't know, I don't even want to say that, because that's what we want to do. But we got to think about the residents. We got to stop thinking about ourselves. We have to think about what's best for our residents, not for us, for the residents. Majority of us got 8,000 people in each one of our wards. That's what we were elected to do, is to look out for the residents. I release my time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Okay, well, I guess we heard from third ward. All right. Okay. So one is, first, let me thank you, Councilwoman Mashat, for staying ahead of the curve with the data center. Although, yes, it was very controversial when I saw it on our agenda at 7:30 that night. I put it up, and I want to thank all the residents. I posted it and residents chimed in. Over 200 and something comments. I didn't comment. I did ask everyone to please be respectful, and there was great dialogue. And let me tell you something, residents, all the people who want the data center, who may want to come, they were reading it too. And that's where I support social media, to get out our messaging. Because right after I put, it wasn't even an hour that I started receiving calls, and my phone has not stopped ringing. I was asked about a 3-month moratorium today. Two is a negotiate. No, not doing that. Not doing it. But I never took a Ashley Capital check, so I can say no all day long. So I agree that we do need to study it. And it's not just Flint who's saying we want a moratorium. It's throughout the entire country. We have, Virginia has got 400 data centers. We have Oklahoma, North Carolina has data centers. And so when we look at what is the trend that they're doing, we have to look at it. And they want a hyper data center, which is going to be a lot of power. And so when we look at, I'm going to say, for example, Mecklenburg County, Chicago, Illinois, not Chicago, North Carolina, Charlotte area, when they have said, hey, we're going to pause, they did a 150-day moratorium is what they paused it for. And they already have data centers. So they're looking at what has happened in that area. They've had a lot of growth there also. And so when we look, we're looking at other communities, Saline, we're looking at how they were just kind of run over basically. one of the things with the Flint Beat, and I want to say thank you to Flint Beat for putting out the article. It was shopped at Grand Blanc Township. They turned it down. Pontiac turned it down. Northville turned it down. And those are places that are here in Michigan, and we can keep going on. And so when we look at, should we do one? I look at the pros and the cons. I've been actually researching. Yes, the Buick site is high industrial. It's a unique site with the electrical capacity. I was told that consumers could not handle, had not given the okay to, could they supply the power? Then I got a call yesterday. The consumer said, yeah, we're in the power business. We're in the power. Absolutely, we can. How much power you need? We also have the water, because there is a pipe there. There's a 36-inch pipe that is right there at the Bridge of Stewart. But is it good for our community? And that's where we have to look at. And that's where it's so much unknown. Environmentally, does it cause heart disease? Does it affect people with asthma? What does it do to the human body? Because those machines are going to, data centers, which have to be cooled, are going to be going 365, 7 days a week, and it will not stop. And so we're not talking about some of the smaller. The hyper ones means, hey, we're processing and they're constantly going. And we need to understand that that data that we think is up in the cloud is not up in the cloud. It's going to be held in that hyper facility. So we need to do our research. What is the public health? What are the environmental health risks? You know, what about our regulatory laws? Where are our state elected officials? They're silent. Where's our mayor at on this? He was on the Mike Muse show saying it's open doors for it in November for data centers. Where is he at on this? You know, we have been forced to make a decision in less than a week and to research and to share that. And so when we talk about how much money this is going to cost, look who invested. Are we really into making billionaires richer and millionaires even richer when our poverty rate? And then they said, hey, the schools are going to be better. Okay, when Flint Public Schools, 12,000 go to schools other than the Flint Public Schools, 2,700 go here. That's not the solution. That was their selling point. We're going to make $20 million a year in the water utility. That's a selling point. But that's not a selling point for people. And we got to stop to pause. And that is something this entire council should be doing. Every single person.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So I see that no one approached the lectern today in favor of the data centers, although people have called and people have emailed some support. I seen that no one was, as quote unquote, brave enough to step up to the lectern and talk about it. And that's very telling. And so I want the council to take note of that. In addition to my colleague in the fourth ward, I definitely understand where you're coming from. One thing that I don't want to do is, I'm always been on constituent education, because a lot of us didn't even know what a data center was until this was brought before us. And so a lot of us, we go and we listen to media and what's popular, and we don't really get the facts. And that's one thing that concerns me. I want to make sure that we're operating out of facts and not just fear. But moreover, I want to make sure that we are doing what's best in the interest of the residents, short-term and long-term. So we may feel that, yep, right now we're putting a stop to this and for 12 months, and we're going to get things done. Well, okay. But one of my big questions is, are we going to do we have the people in place to do the necessary due diligence, to do the work that we need, to, as we say, do our homework? Because my fear is after 12 months later, we're going to come back and we're going to be looking the same way with no results. We're just going to be here saying, okay, we're back at ground one. We have no facts. So how can we solidify? How can we ensure that we get that handled? How can we make sure that we're not kicking the can down the road, but we're making progress? So say, for example, when month 12 come, we have what we say that we're going to deliver. That's one of my concerns. And then I also want to look at the other side, so I don't want to jeopardize people's health because, again, I live here, my family lives here. But when we look futuristically, moratoriums, what they do, they tell businesses that you're closed for business and that you're not even willing to listen. If I had my choice, I would ask if we could postpone this for a month so we can learn more. But Mr. Mick from Flint, he said that if we postpone the paperwork, then we could be sued. So through you, Madam Chair, to the attorney. So is it true that if someone puts in paperwork before the moratorium, we can be sued?
If someone does put in for a request for a moratorium, for a data center, it does have to go to the Planning Commission. If they submit it prior to council putting a moratorium in place, there is grounds for a lawsuit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so I don't want to put the city at legal risk, but we got to think futuristically because what we haven't done, we don't even know anything about the data center that Ms. Arbor was talking about. All data centers, they're not created equal. Technology changes every day. So what was bad in some places, this data center might operate different. We never have the conversation. And so having the conversation does not mean, hey, we agree or we're for it. It means that we listen to you, we hear you. Now we can make a solid, sound decision because right now, a lot of us, we're going off emotion. And is this where people want to politically die on because they chose not to go for the moratorium? Absolutely not. But I would like to compel my colleagues to think long term because what if they're not using natural gas? What if this is not a contaminant and dangerous? Again, what if? We don't know. We're not having a conversation. What if this is not what we think it is? And we put a moratorium here and they decide to take their business elsewhere to more open communities like Illinois or whatever. And then we turn around and we miss out on monumental dollars that could change the trajectory of our city, including our infrastructure, including things that help sustain our city. Those things are important. So again, I'm not for, I'm not against. I'm for putting all of the facts on the table, looking at everything, and then moving forward. But right now, we had less than a week to even look at how moratorium will affect our body. Thank you.
Anybody else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will take my time. This was not done to be controversial. This was done actually to have a conversation. Because if something is already moving, that's already happening, that we don't even know about, we found out in an article that someone was eyeing property here. We found out in an article that things were moving along. So if the goal was to have a conversation and include the community, then that would have been done up front. We are not saying, oh, no, we don't want business here. We're saying we don't want to be poisoned. For the argument of we have regulations in place, there were regulations in place 12 years ago to protect our water. Where did that get us? We already had those regulations. If the argument is that everyone's saying this isn't enough time to get information, then pausing a moratorium will give you the time to get the information. Then pausing the data center and going forward with the moratorium will give you an opportunity. If you give in to the mindset of all their way and none ours, we are played once again. The bottom line is, if they really want to be here, then they will be fine with a study being done. If what they are doing is environmentally sound and they're doing something different from 45 years ago, then a study will say that, it will show that, and we can move forward with a conversation. But I don't understand why we would be so opposed to saying, hold up. As a city that has been through trauma, as a city, and to say we're speaking through emotions, some of us didn't come in the middle of the crisis. Some of us lived through the entire crisis. So there's a reason we are emotional. We have every right to be emotional. Some of us have had to watch loved ones die. Some of us have had to watch loved ones miscarry. Some of us have had to watch loved ones have skin conditions. We see children with behavioral problems and wonder what could have been. Some of us, Ms. Houston comes up here every week and says that there are a amount of residents that are always left out because we're not properly prepared. So imagine how many were left out of the water crisis because we weren't bilingual, because we had no way to reach them. That's the same amount of people that will be left out of having their voices heard. If there's no problem, if these are environmentally sound practices, if there will not be any noise problems, if there won't be any pollution to our water, if our grid can handle it and our electricity rates won't go up, then the studies are already in place for them to just come show us. So what's the problem with a pause so that we can see all of this for ourselves? We had an opportunity 12 years ago to have people take a stand for us. This council has an opportunity now to be the leadership this entire city wish we would have gotten 12 years ago. The bottom line is this. This is not about stopping business. At no point in time did anyone up here say we weren't open for business. We said we're not open for trauma. We're not open for another problem. Yes, we do hear the negative things about data centers. Yes, we hear the positive things about data centers. But also, like my colleague said, a lot of people didn't even know what a data center was before now. So if you understand you have a population who doesn't understand what a data center is, why would you push them or put them in a position to where something happens to where they can't even agree nor disagree to something they don't even understand? Give us a chance to be properly educated. That is all we are asking. No one is saying Flint doesn't want economic development. As a matter of fact, every week when they come up here and say, hey, look at the streets, look at the roads. Did you not see that pothole that all they did was place a cone in it? Sounds like a city crying out for economic development to me. When you have people coming up here saying, I can't get to or from my sidewalk and it looks like a roller coaster, sounds like people who want economic development to me. When people say that I can't stay here and I want to stay in the city I grew up in, but I can't find a quality job, sounds like people asking for economic development to me. The difference is people are asking for it. Are you listening? People are asking for it in a way that is safe and sound to their health. Are you listening? Not only that, but Councilwoman Johnson, as you pointed out, there are seniors in your area because you're going to be directly affected. There are people who have asthma here at astronomical rates. There are people here who we're trying to put a veterans village not too far from there. We don't know how far that sound will carry. So are we asking to re-traumatize our vets with a sound that we don't know what will happen? It has been proven that sound dysregulates nervous systems. So are we saying for a couple dollars that we are willing to dysregulate nervous systems, that we are willing to go ahead and those same regulations that were already in place 12 years ago that we didn't get proper consideration for then, are we saying for a couple of dollars we don't need to be properly considered now? All I'm saying is, if this is correct, if it is sound, if it is a way that we can both prosper in an economic way and also in a healthy physical way, let's do both. There's not an either or. We don't have to choose or decide. Like y'all said, that site have been there. Other people are eyeing that site. Why would you take the first offer that comes along? And even if it is the best offer, at least come and let them actually talk to you and give you an offer. Moving on, discussion.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
through you to the city attorney. Is a 1-year moratorium, how legal would that be? Under state law.
It is legal. The research that was done related to the data center in correlation to the fact that we also are working on our comprehensive plan, 12 months is allowable. If we looked at cases from the U.S. Supreme Court, they have a 3-step balancing test that they look at. All of those factors weigh in favor of the city enacting a moratorium for 12 months. The U.S. Supreme Court has also ruled that a moratorium for 32 months on certain issues was allowable. So the 12-month is permissible from the research that I have conducted.
Thank you very much for that.
That was the recommendation.
Thank you very much for that information. But I want to thank my colleague in the 2nd Ward because she said exactly what I wanted to say, but she did it so much more eloquently than what I can. So I understand the concerns. I totally do. I am not in favor of any data center that is going to take farmland or any economic development like the mega center or the mega center.
Can we pause our time? Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Priestley.
Thank you. I am not in favor of removing farmland from production. We have a site in Flint that I think personally is the best place to put a data center if one was to come to Michigan. And they met all the regulations and concerns. And I've said this to everybody I've talked to. I'm not in favor of the mega site. in Swartz
Request
Creek.
for information.
Please pause your time. What's your request?
Madam Chair, through you to the speaker, what site are you referring to, Councilwoman Priestley?
I'm referring to the Buick City.
Oh,
Buick City.
okay. All right.
So,
Thank you.
because that already has the infrastructure there and it's industrial, whether it meets the zoning, a data center of some kind meets the zoning, I don't know. Will it be permissible under our law? I don't know. But to cut it right off and not allow that conversation, and we know how this city works. The comprehensive plan has been sat on for 2 years with nothing being done. And we're supposed to do that every 10 years. We know how this works in this city. So I am a no, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Well, and that's exactly why we should not be moving forward on this. They can find any reason, and some of them are preposterous, actually. I mean, just the mitigated gall to say some of this. Flint residents read, they're smart, they're tired, they don't want to be taken advantage of, and we should proceed with caution. We should be proceeding with caution. And the fact that literally I've got all the calls. 3 months, don't do it. It became political. And then she's stating, well, the comprehensive plan hasn't been done. Some of it's the same people. You spend more time down in the mayor's office instead of advocating with your colleagues. Yep. And so that's where the problem comes in at. When I asked some of these people, and I asked them, do you want it in your neighborhood? The answer into being no, it was no, because they don't live here. They don't live here. They don't live here. And so when we talk, you cannot tell me a hyper facility, one, we should be concerned about. Two, are we going to get the jobs? The economic promises never are fulfilled. They never are. The jobs are going to be temporary. They're going to be construction. And then it's a specialized construction. It's not like Joel's Construction, who's been in Flint trying to get a job. It's not. They bring their own crews here. How are they building? How will the building be designed? How do we make sure that the cost of electrical increases go? I can't afford my consumers. I don't know about y'all. So when we need to look at this, who's going to pick this up? Are they using reusable energy? Are they using wind, solar? Are they doing battery storage? We need to look at this. We need policy. We need to make sure that our other leaders, not just us, but the people in Lansing are in line. They're too damn quiet for me knowing we got a data center coming to Flint. Something's wrong. Look,
Can we please pause our time? Can we put our time back at 55 seconds, please?
But that's when we come together that we're saying, and I appreciate your dialogue. I do. Don't cover your mouth. Speak out. This is where you live. This is where you live. And because we have people who don't care where we live. And I'm going to tell you this, I didn't see too many people up here walking and marching out in the cold when we was protesting for the water. And I was out there with Woodson saying, I don't want another cold protest. Can they be summertime? Because it was cold. And so that's when I look at, we taking it for granted. If it's so great, then it'll be there. But it's the country is pausing. It's not just Michigan, not just Flint. Grand Blanc Township didn't want it. Why should we immediately just take it? You know, the TikTok lady went viral. We don't want it in our good neighborhoods. Send it to Flint. What is your good neighborhoods? Because we kind of like ours. You know, we already got gunshots every night. We got to have the sound of the noise pollution too. Come on.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Go on, knock it out.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So again, I still stand on what I said. It can go, I see both sides. I want to make sure that we have all of the data. And I want to make sure that we have all of the data, not just general data, but specific data. Because when I heard Ms. Arbor, she was talking specifically about when they say hyper facilities. Who know? I don't know about a hyper facility. Where did we see that they were bringing a hyper facility? All this is new news. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Priestley, did you see that it was going to be a hyper facility? So what it is the
Please pause the time. What is your request?
They didn't call you with all of the folks didn't call you either? Because they told me they did.
No, all the
All right.
folks did not call me.
Go ahead.
To answer your question. So we don't know. The unknown, we're dealing with the unknown, and that's the issue here. The unknown. Point of order.
RL, you have to stop yelling out. Regardless of how you feel about what she's saying, this is her time. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So anyway, it'll be best, again, to have all of the data down so we can determine if the moratorium is correct at this time. However, it's sad to hear that Councilwoman Burns said that people was blowing up her phone, but unfortunately, no one was blowing up that lectern. Where are the people that are in, what, you don't understand what I'm saying?
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking.
So my point is, we had no one at the lectern speaking in favor of it. Although she received a lot of phone calls, those phone calls did not translate into people coming to the lectern. And so if people are for it, if they're calling phones, why didn't they come and speak on behalf of it? And so that right there makes one think that we need to proceed in the direction of the moratorium. So again, I would love if we could table this, but according to the clerk, that could put us in some kind of legal litigation. I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that the residents have the best information, that we're operating out of facts and not feelings, and that we're looking to the future of the residents, at their health, in addition to our economic future. So hopefully this move will not tell the business community that we're closed for business, but it will tell them that we're serious about who we let into our community. And so I'm looking forward to this moratorium. At 12 months, we need to have a solid plan. We should not be at step one. We should have a solid plan. So hopefully my colleagues and those coming to council, as those leave council, they will diligently work together, and the administration, whoever that may be, will work for the betterment of the people in the vein of data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. Councilwoman Priestley, is it legal? Ask Mason, ask Meridian, ask Zeeland, ask Springfield, ask Northfield, ask Green Charter, ask Big Rapids, ask Erie, ask Filer, ask Huron, ask Grand Blanc Township, ask Sault Ste. Marie, ask all of them, the tribe there, ask all of them, is it legal? Because I guarantee you the moratoriums that they have in place say that is legal. The moratoriums that they put in place, and maybe they changed or made some adjustments, will tell you that it is legal. So if you're asking if it is legal, it is legal. If you are asking why we want to protect our city, I keep hearing this, we're telling them no business. No, we're telling them no trauma, no poisoning. That's what we're telling them. Everyone up here has said we just want more information. So if the information that you have is good information that lends itself to the fact that this will both have a positive economic impact and a positive health impact, then nobody here is going to have a problem with it. But to say that we need to not do this and rush this along because it gives a bad taste for business, what about a bad taste for 83,000 people that live here? Because chances are the people that are building it or run and own it and all that, they won't live here. And so if someone won't live here with you, then the least that they can do is explain to you why something they want to put in your city is okay, how they will safeguard your city, how if maybe 6, 7, 8 months from now, if they fall out with Ashley Capital, not saying they will or they won't, that the building that started and all of that and the people that started working won't all of a sudden find themselves out of jobs. We just need some guarantees. I do want to say one more thing, Councilwoman Burns, and I do agree that with Diana Psalms when she said that maybe we should add independent study being conducted here because it is important. So what this resolution does read is that during the temporary moratorium period, is in effect the Planning and Development Department staff, the legal department shall review the zoning code and ordinances to recommend to the legislative body regulations related to data centers and to consider potential revisions and amendments to better protect public health, safety, welfare, and residents. I think to that we should add independent study must be conducted. And I also think to that we should add that we need to have public input as well on both of these. I make a motion to add those two things to point number 3.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by me, supported by Councilwoman Burns. Madam Attorney, I just want to make sure what I just said is correct. That I said it correctly.
Do you want to repeat it?
That we have an independent study conducted.
You gotta add one sentence that she needs to see.
And that we also open the findings and the discussions up to the public as well.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Will the independent study be from an outside firm?
Independent means INDEPENDENT. From us and them. From us and them. That way nobody can say that we tried to skew it the way we wanted it and they tried to skew it the way they wanted it. We want it completely separate from everybody involved because all we want is the truth. That is it.
Thank you. Just wanted some clarity on the record.
Yes.
And thank you for the spelling. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so, Madam Attorney.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I would recommend that you include some other restraints with the independent study. You would need to have a budget. You don't want to have it open-ended that way. And otherwise, it should be sufficient.
I think with the independent study, I think we're fine with the words as is, but I do appreciate your suggestion.
With the dollar amount, that's an alphabet anyway. It's gotta go off the bill.
Yeah, I think that for now, because even when we put it out, we can say then.
They gotta help it.
So we're fine with that language. Madam Clerk, did you get that language?
Not the second part. The independent study conducted, and what was the other item?
And that the study and the findings be open to the public for public comment. And it has to be a public conversation. I'm trying to figure out how to say this so that it's clear we're trying to include the public.
That the discussion would be before the public during
Okay.
an open meeting.
Okay, that's good, what she said.
I
Sounds
didn't
good.
hear what she said.
That the discussion would be before the public in an open meeting.
So did she write it down?
And then, and I know, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just looking at the first provision. So you don't have any constraints there. Okay, so who is going to decide who the independent study is going to be conducted by? So, I mean, you're leaving it open.
So council would decide. This is the thing that I'm trying to get to, right? Because again, we're simply trying to have a study done. We don't want it skewed either way. The truth is going to be the truth. Yeah, so if you can tell me how do I get there in the language, that would be very helpful.
I think the language is good because it has to go out. It's got to go off the bid.
I would recommend in that instance that the independent study would go out for RFP,
That's what we did.
which would be brought before city council.
Right. That's what I told you, yeah.
So let me tell you what makes me nervous about that. So we put it out for RFP. We're saying one independent study, but then all of a sudden it's conducted by someone that knows someone that knows someone that wants a data center. So you see what I'm saying?
Right, but what other way will
Mhm.
you be able to decide the independent company that will
Mhm.
conduct the search?
Okay, so we'll, that's fine. We'll go with that language. Thank you.
And then we'll just have to do weekend that.
Okay. Great. Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Madam Attorney, would you please repeat that from Madam Clerk?
That the independent study would be conducted through an RFP process.
Okay, so do you have it, both parts? Can you repeat it for me, please?
And just to clarify, because you got the 5 things noted here, so would this be 5 and 6, and then the
No, it's
last
going
one?
toward, it's going in the rest of point 3, because Councilwoman Lewis did have a good point of the fact that we do not want to be 12 months from now still at this very point. So we can get moving on this
So
immediately, so yeah.
added it under number 3.
Correct, Madam Attorney? Yes.
Okay. That an independent study be conducted through an RFP process, and that the study and findings be open for public comment with a discussion before the public in an open meeting.
Is everybody satisfied with that language? All right, so then I moved it, Councilwoman Burns supported it. This is the roll call vote for it.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no, that point 1 has passed. So moving on to 260191.1, what is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th
I'd
Ward.
like to send 26019.
Approve.
Approve. Or approve.
You would like to approve?
Approve it. I like to approve it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a motion to approve Resolution 260191.1. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Do we have to have discussion again, or are we good?
Good, roll call.
You're supposed to have.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Who, do we have something in there, like who's gonna make the final approval if we do a RFP? Will the council be able to make that final
Yeah,
decision?
that's us. That's on us, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. The moratorium for data centers, City of Flint, Resolution 260191.1 has passed. Moving on to Resolution 260192, acceptance of the Genesee County Senior Millage Fund, Eric May Senior and Community Service Center fiscal year 2026 budget amendment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Alameen.
I'd like to approve Resolution 260192.
There is a motion to approve 260192. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Madam Chair, I separated this because I will not be supporting this resolution. So that's why I separated it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like discussion in the first round? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like discussion in the first round, anyone in the second round? No one in the second round? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk, for Resolution 260192.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
5 yes, 2 no. Resolution 260192, acceptance of the Genesee County Senior Millage Fund, Eric May Senior and Community Services Center fiscal year 2026 budget amendment has been approved. Moving on to Resolution 260201.1, which is the recognition of June as Pride Month by the Mayor and City Council. What is the pleasure of the body?
Motion to approve.
There is a motion to approve. Is there, by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Councilwoman Priestley.
You know, people have accused me of being against necessarily Pride Month. That's not the case. I made a commitment last fall saying that I was not going to vote for special months. I don't care what it is. I'm voting no on all. And they also accused me of saying that I wouldn't vote for Black History Month. Well, it was my motion to make Black History Month a recurring event so that it didn't have to come to council every year.
This is what this is doing.
And, well, I'm still, that's not what I'm talking about. And I actually have, several of my family are gay, but I'm still not going to vote for recognition of a special month for any special interests. This even commits myself to voting no for Breast History Month, or for breast cancer awareness month. And I will stick by that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no further discussion on this item, 260201.1, recognition of June as Pride Month by the Mayor and City Council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The resolution 260201.1, recognition of June as Pride Month by the Mayor and City Council has been approved. Moving on to 260202, approve youth job training, City of Flint third clean and safe summer program. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there support? supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Oh, Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Lewis.
well, I see no one else is here. My question was, could we add more money to service more youth? If we can get it out of the opioid fund, I know we can use 30% of that, because 70 youth, that's not that many, well, especially when you got 300 coming. But since no one is here, we will go ahead and go with the 70 and see if we can get an extension for a second round, meaning that since the summer programming is ending July the 24th, to see if we can get a part 2 for the summer programming, because summer is over, like September the 21st. So it'll be worth looking into, so that way we can service more young people. I know that we can find some money somewhere to do so. And and that'll be a big benefit, because again, 300 youth showing up, you only give 70 a job. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there is no more discussion to be had on this item. 260202, approve youth job training, City of Flint, third clean and safe summer program. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Sorry. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstained because the administration didn't have the name of the organizations that we're funding it to, and this was premature.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. 260202, approve youth job training, City of Flint, third clean and safe summer program has been approved. Moving on to Resolution 260203, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, Water Rate Stabilization Fund. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the third ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there is no discussion for this item, we'll move on to the roll call vote for Resolution 260203, reallocation of ARPA funds, Water Rate Stabilization Fund. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260203,
Motion to adjourn.
reallocation ARPA funds, Water Rate Stabilization Fund has been approved. I believe that's our last item, correct? There's been a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the sixth ward, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Here we go with y'all.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is 9:11 p.m. on Monday, June 8th. I hereby adjourn this Flint City Council meeting.
Adele, I have more phone calls against the than I did emails.
My question to you,